For hundreds and thousands of years, people around the world have turned to the Bible for information about God. Two scholars, Mauro Biglino and Paul Wallis, argue for a radically different interpretation. Seeking out the root meanings of key words in these ancient texts, they find another, quite different story emerges. One with enormous implications for our understanding of the human race and our place in the universe. For more than 2 millennia, readers have interpreted the ancient texts of the Bible as stories of God, a seamless narrative in which God creates the heavens and the earth, botanical and animal life, and eventually, the human race. However, a number of anomalies in the texts, along with intriguing questions of translation, point to another possibility. Paul Wallis is an internationally best-selling author, researcher, and scholar of ancient mythologies. Over the last decade, Paul's work has probed the world's mythologies and ancestral narratives for the insights they hold on our origins as a species and our potential as human beings. As a senior churchman, Paul served as a church doctor, a theological educator, and an archdeacon in the Anglican Church in Australia. Paul's work in church ministry has included training pastors in the interpretation of biblical texts. His work in biblical translation and interpretation has revealed a forgotten layer of ancient story, with far-reaching implications for our understanding of human origins and our place in the cosmos. Mauro Biglino is an internationally best-selling Italian author, researcher, and highly regarded scholar of ancient Hebrew. For many years, he worked for Rome's St. Paul Press as a Bible translator, providing with great precision the literal meaning of Hebrew words for Vatican-approved interlinear Bibles. It is an exacting discipline. The scholar must be rigorous in avoiding any kind of interpretation of the word and give only the literal etymological meaning of each word part. Mauro's findings set him at odds with the conventional expectations of the Catholic world and propelled him onto the international stage where his work has opened up a world of cultural memory recorded in the Bible, yet hidden from the public for centuries by mistaken translation and the dogmas of the Church. Together, Mauro and Paul show that the root meanings of a series of key words in the Bible reveal an earlier layer of information very different to the story of God associated with the Bible. Hidden plain sight in the pages of Genesis is an even more ancient narrative, one which reframes the whole story of human beginnings.
I've been a preacher for more than 30 years. I've studied and taught through the book of Genesis many, many times in churches all around the world, and I've trained pastors in the skills of interpreting text. Now, I argue that the Elohim stories of the Bible are not stories about God at all. They are stories about a totally different kind of entity and a plurality of entities. Elohim means powerful ones, the powerful ones. And there are stories of all kinds of powerful beings through the Hebrew scriptures.
I translated for the most important Catholic publishing house in Italy, which works under the Vatican. I translated 17 books. These books are in the university, in the Faculty of Theology. And these books translate literally what the Bible says. The Elohim were not one God, but were many individuals. Most importantly, they were not spiritual deities, but individuals in the flesh, the powerful ones, as Paul rightly defines them.
There's a moment in Daniel chapter 10 when Michael, a powerful one, the warrior, shows up and says, I had a terrible time getting here because I had to go into battle with the powerful one of Persia. And so they're all associated with geographical areas. human colonies governed over by their powerful ones, and the humans being sent out to war against each other on behalf of the powerful ones, conflicting with one another over Project Earth and Project Humanity. It will become very difficult to remain comfortable with our conventional translations of these words. The way they behave in the narratives reveals that what we are looking at is ancient technology. Technology that previous generations of translators simply didn't expect to find, and so they didn't see it. If you enjoy our content here on Fifth Kind TV and would like to support our work, please would you consider subscribing to our new website, fifthkind.tv. Here we will have our full catalogue of material along with exclusive access to interviews and documentary content. Sign up today, become part of the community, become part of the conversation. Thank you so much for your support, and I'll see you there.
Hello everyone. It makes me smile a little bit to see this Bible tower that I consulted to prepare this video. It is a real pleasure for me to be here with my friend Paul Wallis to talk together about biblical topics. I will tell you about a very simple concept but very respectful of the way of reading the so-called sacred text. Then we will start from here with a series of short videos with the aim of obtaining very simple indication for a respectful reading of the Bible, as respectful as possible towards the ancient authors. In this way, we could do an autonomous reading and we could get an idea of what the Bible probably tells us beyond what theology has told us instead. At the beginning, of course, I would also like to give you some indications relating to the absolute uncertainty that we have when we approach that text. I mean the awareness of the fact that we know very little about that text. To develop this topic, it is interesting to read some concepts expressed by Professor Garbini, professor at the La Sapienza University of Rome, professor of Semitic philology. Professor Garbini argues that Hebrew is a Canaanite dialect South Phoenician. Actually, Hebrew is one of the many dialects within the Canaanite languages. We only know Hebrew as it was reconstructed at the end of the first millennium after Christ, the so-called Masoretic Hebrew. At that time, the important thing was not to know the linguistic structure of those texts, but the theological implications deriving from the various currents of Judaism. This means that when we read the Bible, we do not read a text that followed grammar rules, but we read a text that followed an ideological path, and the grammatical rules were not a problem for the authors. This is important because over the centuries, many grammatical rules have been developed, for example, those relating to the term Elohim, which from plural witches must absolutely become singular. The linguistic and grammatical rules have therefore been elaborated after. So we know only one of interpretation of the biblical text, that of the school of Tiberias, which produced Masoretic Hebrew. The Hebrew language in the beginning it was expressed through the consonants of the Phoenician language. Hebrew was written without vowels. We will never know how the Bible was originally read. The vowel sounds were introduced by the school of Tiberias between the 6th and 9th centuries after Christ.
Da parte degli assirologi che si sono basati sulle forme recenti delle lingue semitiche.
Professor Garbini says that when we speak of ancient languages, even the agreement of all scholars on the meaning of a term is not a guarantee of certainty. Based on this information, what we can honestly do is try to do a literal reading of the Bible. Regarding the term Elohim, in the face of all these uncertainties, I think the best thing to do is what I will tell you shortly. Elohim is actually a term that you don't know how to translate. For this reason, it is translated in many ways. For example, it is translated with the term God, but the Jewish exegetes themselves say that in the Hebrew language there is no term that indicates God as we understand it, as an omniscient, omnipotent, transcendent spiritual entity that is to be worshipped. Elohim is also translated as judges, legislators, governors, the bright ones from above, and so on. All these terms that are used actually indicate the functions that this Elohim performed, but do not say who they really were. The Elohim were certainly judges, they were certainly legislators, they were certainly governors, but who they really were and what the term Elohim really means, we don't know. This is the fundamental thing. Since we don't know, we must have the correctness to say it. Here in Genesis 20:13, we see one of the examples relating to those uncertainties I mentioned earlier, that concerns the term Elohim and the verbs that are used. This is the passage where Abraham tells his story and tells, "When the Elohim brought me out of my father's house." Then you see that here the verb is translated in the plural form. This is the Bible translated for scholars who know the Hebrew language. This is the guide of the verbal forms present in the Old Testament, and also here it is said that the verb it is in the plural form in the third person. So it is certain that the verb connected to the term Elohim is plural. But in the Bibles translated for families, the verb is theologically translated into the singular because the term Elohim must indicate God, and so it must have the verb in the singular even if it is plural in Hebrew. As you can see, the Bibles translated for scholars respect the letter of the Hebrew text, while the Bibles translated for families contain theological translations. That is, they must convey an idea, a different concept from what is written in the original Bible.
La Bibbia di Lutero, la Bibbia di Gerusalemme, la Bibbia concordata, la Bibbia nella versione di Giacomo, insomma la Bibbia inglese nella versione di Re Giacomo.
All these Bibles are translated for the public, and therefore they have the translation of verb in the singular form. Luther's Bible, the Jerusalem Bible, the Bible of the German Bishops' Conference, the King James Bible, the Septuaginta, that is the Bible translated into Greek, the Bible published by the House of the Geneva Bible. All this derives from the fact that Elohim must be translated with the singular term God.
Ce ne sono alcune che pongono attenzione al tema. Per esempio, la Bibbia dei testimoni di Geova traduce il verbo al singolare, dice: e avvenne che quando Dio...
The Bible of Jehovah's Witnesses translates the verb into the singular, but in the note it says that in reality the verb is plural.
Fecero errare, plurale, per accordarsi con Elohim, che è plurale. Che il verbo è al...
Various commentators from different schools try to explain why this plural verb must be translated into the singular. But each time they are explanations that always have the purpose of affirming that Elohim refers to the one God.
Plurale, perché non se ne esce.
I don't want to go into the merits of all the explanations that have been worked out to try to prove that Elohim is singular. To refute them, it is sufficient, for example, to take Psalm 82, which clearly speaks of an assembly of the Elohim, and follow what Professor Manuel Tov of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem says.
Ma corrispondono in realtà a tre individui diversi.
He says that the various ways used by Hebrew to indicate the term we translate with God actually refer to different people, and the terms are El, Elyon, and Yahweh. El is probably one of the singular forms of the term Elohim. The other form is Eloah.
Questa è, come dire, una radice che ritorna. Per esempio, in aramaico abbiamo, viene normalmente traslitterato.
In Aramaic we have Elah. In Syriac language we have Allah. In Arabic we have Ilah, to then get to identify the unique God with Allah. The Arabs say, La ilaha illallah wa Muhammad Rasulallah. There is no God apart from Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet. We still remember that even the Jews tell us that we will never know how the Bible was read because there were no vowels. As you can understand, all these terms, if they are considered without the vowels, they are all very similar. So we are faced with the same category of individuals, also from the point of view of the name.
Teniamo presente che quando l'ebraico è stato vocalizzato, Allah si stava diffondendo rapidamente nel Mediterraneo e quindi chissà che magari certe vocalizzazioni. Allora, nel mondo del non sapere facciamo.
So we saw that from the point of view of the meaning of nouns, from the point of view of the use of verbs, from the point of view of uncertainties in the translations, we are faced with a situation in which we don't know. So, in this situation of not knowing, what we can do? A very simple thing. To read the Bible respectfully, I think it is right not to translate the term Elohim, the term El, the term Eloah. And when in the Bibles we have at home, we find the term God, we can replace it with the term Elohim, thus leaving the word used by the biblical authors.
Oppure potrà leggere il Pentateuco, oppure potrà leggere, diciamo, quantomeno fino ad oltre.
So, we will understand that without entering into useless discussions and with the utmost respect for the biblical authors, if you read the Bible while keeping the terms they use, we will realize that we are faced with a Bible different from the one we are told, but a Bible much more fascinating, much more concrete, much more understandable, but above all, much more logical than what we are told. At this point, I give you an appointment here in the videos with my friend Paul Wallis to address other indications about the most respectful way to read the Bible. Ciao from Italy.
I'm very happy to be in conversation with Mauro on these topics because my own research journey in the Eden series had brought me to very similar conclusions. And it was initially the issues around the word Elohim, the plural form of the word Elohim, that broke me out of my old world of narrow Christian orthodoxy to a point of view from which I can see that the Bible is not a book about God in the way I thought it was, but it is actually representative of a kaleidoscope of entities from the beginning of the Hebrew canon to the very end. Now, the word Elohim is the Bible's oldest word that gets translated as God. But as Mauro has pointed out, it is a masculine plural form that takes plural verb forms. And as I began drilling down into those questions, I realized that the problems thrown up by the plurality of that word are not just a grammatical glitch. They represent an earlier form of the story in which Elohim was understood to represent a diversity of beings. There is a body in the Hebrew canon referred to as the Sky Council, in which a number of Elohim sit in council together. Now, in my Eden books, Escaping from Eden, The Scars of Eden, and Echoes of Eden, I argue that the Elohim stories make better sense if we do just as Mauro just said, and read them with the word Elohim still in place, or if we use a root meaning, the powerful ones. When we read the stories that way, the stories change, but not in a random way. They change in a way that resolves many of the moral questions we would have over the Elohim stories, why such brutal and unconscionable things are done, how it is that human beings get slaughtered in the conflict of the Elohim, something that doesn't make sense. if Elohim is translated in the singular as God. But the other thing that is revealed is that the moment you reread the stories as stories of the Elohim, the powerful ones, you quickly realize that you're reading the summary form of the source narratives from out of ancient Mesopotamia, the narratives from out of ancient Sumeria, Babylonia, Arcadia, and Assyria. I sometimes get a knee-jerk reaction from people of faith regarding what I argue for in the translation of Elohim as the powerful ones. And the knee-jerk reaction is when people of faith say, but wait a minute, we know that God is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So this is the Christian theology of the Holy Trinity. Surely that's why Elohim, the Bible's oldest word for God, is a plural. It must represent the persons of the Holy Trinity. Well, there are many problems to that reaction. And the first is that the Holy Trinity is a Christian doctrine. It's separated from the work and intent of the original authors by millennia. And the theology of the most recent redactors of the Hebrew canon was a monotheistic theology. They did not believe in multiple gods. And in fact, the insertion of the holy name Yahweh over earlier Elohim texts, such as we see in Genesis 3 or Genesis 11, reveals that that later redactor is turning the stories of the Elohim into a story of God. And it's those adjustments that throw up many of the moral problems. Why would a holy God genocide people? Why would a loving God bomb people back into a pre-Stone Age condition from having previously been a technological civilization? This is what we read in Genesis 11. So no, it's not a representation of the Holy Trinity. And would it make any sense for thousands of human beings to get killed in the crossfire between the Elohim? Is that what happens when the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit get into a spat? Of course not. No, the original stories are about something else. Elohim, what I would argue, are powerful ones. Now, some theologians argue that when the word Elohim is understood as the powers or the powerful ones, that it doesn't specify what kind of entities they are, that this word could refer to anything more powerful and advanced than humanity. And so we shouldn't draw specific conclusions from the word. T.N.T. Clark published a theology of the Old Testament, which was modestly titled The Theology of the Old Testament. It's edited by S.D.F. Salmond, and in it they quote the theologian A.B. Davidson, and he writes these words: "In contrast to men, angels belong to the class of Elohim." Now, I'll pause right there, because that's a reminder that the word Elohim gets translated in various ways through the Hebrew canon. In one place it's God, and in another place it's chieftains or judges or landlords. In another place it's angels. How can this earliest word for God be so elastic? And why would the ancients choose a word to denote the unique transcendent God, but also denote random other entities who they never define? It's slightly ill-fitting. So the quote goes on: "It might be interesting to contemplate the question of how the same name Elohim came to be applied to God and this class of beings." Agreed, good question. Then he goes on: "Perhaps we should be satisfied with the general explanation that the name, meaning powers, is applied from the standpoint of men to all that is above man, to the region lying above him." That's an interesting phrase, isn't it? "Though the same name is given, i.e. to angels and God, the two are never confounded in Scripture." Well, that's a rather disingenuous thing to say. The two are never confounded in Scripture. That's a non-explanation of why the word can mean angels here, or false gods here, or demons here, or judges here, or God over here. What's the truth of the word? And that's why I argue for rereading the Elohim texts and leaving Elohim in the text, so that the shape of the stories becomes that much clearer to the modern reader. Another theologian who points to the word Elohim as representing a kaleidoscope of powerful entities is Michael Heiser. And he rightly points out that the word is far more elastic than we generally believe. But it's only a halfway explanation as to why that is the earliest designation for God. Why would God be categorized with archonic entities, other material beings? Why would there be this competition among Yahweh and the other Elohim? And it's clear in moments in the Bible, Yahweh classes himself as an Elohim. There's an occasion when his king wants a prognosis on his health, and he sends for advice from the Elohim of the people of Ekron. Yahweh gets furious and says, "Is there no Elohim here that he could consult, that he would run off and consult the Elohim of Ekron?" And it's a moment when you realize these Elohim are in competition with one another for hegemony. Go to the Ten Commandments and you've got something similar where there's a great forgetting of the other Elohim being commanded. You're not to bow down to them. You're not even to depict them. You serve only Yahweh. And then Moses' successor, Joshua, says something very similar. Cut yourself off from the Elohim the Egyptians serve and the Elohim your ancestors served on the other side of the river in Mesopotamia, and you should serve only Yahweh. So there we have a world of many powerful entities, but you serve this one. And so the Yahweh character is set among the many Elohim of the Hebrew stories. You also have stories about a sky council in which a number of Elohim sit in council together, presided over by the character Yahweh. How can you have a council where a number of those entities are fictitious, but the president of the council is real, and that's God? That's not quite coherent. We have to realize there is an earlier form of the stories prior to the 7th to 6th century BCE edit, and the original form is a world in which there are many Elohim, many powerful ones, all presiding over their own respective human colonies. Mauro and I are not the first people to point out the moral problems thrown up by reading the Elohim stories as God stories. There were some really significant church fathers at the beginning of Christianity who pointed this out very clearly and who were wishing to nudge the church away from regarding the Hebrew scriptures as foundational for Christianity. That decision had already been taken in Acts 15, reading that book, and yet the arguments had to be had all over again in the first 1, 2, 3, 4 centuries of Christianity. And Origen argued that if you read the Elohim stories as if they were God's stories and took them at face value, then you would end up believing in a God of whom you had to justify the most brutal actions. We would have to believe of God, he said, quote, such things as we would not believe of the most savage and unjust of men. So he pointed out very clearly there is a moral problem when you translate the Elohim stories as God's stories. I completely agree with Mauro that when the final redaction of the Hebrew canon was done in the 7th to 6th century BCE, the agenda driving that edit was an ideological one, not a grammatical one. And that is why you can have texts where the theological problem of too many gods has been cleaned up, but the grammar's a mess. The fact that the earlier grammar of the Elohim stories survives in stories where the name Yahweh has been pasted over the top is a clue that you're not reading the original form, and a clue that the original form had more gods or advanced beings in it than the current translation wants to give away. And the shape of the henotheistic world remains. The stories don't make sense until you realize there are many powerful ones in the picture in competition with one another. When Abraham gives this explanation of why he moved from Ur of the Chaldees, He says, the powerful ones told me to move. And we have the Elohim, the plural form noun, and then told me to wander is a plural form verb. Now, the plural form verb is clear in the Hebrew. So that survived that 7th to 6th century BCE edit. But what that information does not survive is the translation into English. Because you translate it into English, and told me to is no different whether you've got a single or a plural subject of that verb. And so the translation into English hides the fact that Abraham is actually referencing many powerful entities. And this is why it's important to go back to the Hebrew to look at the translation of these words. This is the power of the work that Mauro has done, because as a translator of interlinear Bibles, he had to give a very precise rendering of each word in the Hebrew text with no interpretation, no theological orthodoxization of the text. Simply report what's in the text. And then you have the translations either side, and you can see I've got a plural form verb in the Hebrew, and it's been changed into a singular form word because the translators want this to be about God when it clearly isn't. I argue in the Eden series that when in the text the Elohim say, let us make the humans to look like one of us, they really do mean that. Look like is a very concrete term, and one of us is very clear. The plurality is emphasized there. If that word is translated as God, you've got a philosophical problem and you've got a grammatical problem. As soon as you translate Elohim as the powerful ones, the problem resolves. Elsewhere in Genesis 3, you have the Elohim arguing over how intelligent the human beings should be, and one of them says, we don't want the humans to be as intelligent as us. And once again, the conflict and the plurality of the language throws up a problem that even a child can recognize in the telling of the story from conventional family translations of the Bible. Those questions resolve as soon as you realize that you are reading a story about multiple Elohim conflicting over how intelligent human beings should be, not a new story. It's actually a summary form of the conflict between Enlil and Enki in the ancient Mesopotamian stories. In my book, Escaping from Eden, I argue for the root meaning of the word Elohim as being the powerful ones, and suggest that when we read the stories that way, they make sense and they line up with their sources. There's a coherence to that picture which emerges. But if you don't want to follow that logic, just keep the word Elohim in the Elohim texts and reread the stories that way. And that's quite sufficient for a different shape of the story to emerge, a story that has something different to say about the world in which our ancestors lived, that gives different information about our origins and our place in the cosmos.
Hello everyone. We are on the second video about the small suggestions Paul and I are giving to read the Bible in the clearest and correct way possible. That is, to read it in a way that is respectful of what the authors have written. But above all, to read it in order to avoid all those absolutely useless discussions that have been going on for a very long time without ever reaching a shared solution. I want to remind you what I said in the first video. When we read the Bible, we read a text that was written not on a grammatical basis, but on an ideological basis. And therefore, the grammatical rules are an elaboration of the modern grammarians who have tried to derive some grammatical rules in a text which, on the other hand, basically did not pay attention to those grammatical rules. Today we talk about a new term, Elyon. Let's clear away a possible misunderstanding immediately. Elyon and Elohim might seem like two terms deriving from the same root. Instead, we must remember that the root Elohim derives from the root El. So, here there is an Ain, here there is an Aleph, and therefore they are two completely different roots. The term Elyon is a term that indicates being above, is an adjective. So, while Elohim is still given a number of meanings, Elyon is given the meaning of the highest. Whenever you find the highest or the most high in the Bible in Hebrew, there is actually this term here, Elyon. Now, very high is an absolute superlative, but Elyon is not a superlative. So, this translation already gives us the idea of how there is a forcing in the passage from one language to another, an absolutely unjustified forcing. One of the greatest Jewish exegetes, Professor Emanuel Tov, in his critical analysis of the biblical Hebrew text, writes that Elyon, El, and Yahweh are not various ways to indicate the God of Israel, but they actually correspond to three different individuals. Tendenza monoteistica, tre individui diversi. In questo libro I have identified a little more than 20 Elohim present in the Old Testament. And the curious thing is this. The term Elohim is plural, while Elyon is singular. The term Elohim is explained, its plurality is explained in many different ways because it must be said that it is singular. Therefore, it is said that Elohim is plural, but it is an indefinite superlative, a plural of abstraction, a plural of majesty, a plural of sovereignty, a plural of excellence, a plural of intensity. Now, let's simply reason between ourselves for a moment. If we say that Elyon is the most high, the highest, all these plurals in Hebrew, indefinite superlative, plural of abstraction, which therefore indicates an indefinable majesty of God, should be applied to Elyon, since this is the one who stands above all others. But it is obvious it should apply to this because it is he who is on top. So if there is a term that deserves this type of treatment, that is the use of a plural of abstraction, of majesty, of sovereignty, of excellence, it is Elyon. Well, Elyon in the Bible never has the plural. Here we have two dictionaries written by the founder of the Center for Ancient Hebrew Studies, Dr. Jeff Benner, who, speaking of the term Elyon, clearly states with absolutely unquestionable simplicity, Elyon, translation upper, than the others. That is, he who is above, is higher than the others because he is above the others, but he is not very high. He is simply one who commands. And always this is another dictionary where he talks about the origins, the evolution of the things of the Hebrew language. And he clearly says that the root of this term Elyon comes from two pictograms. The first indicates an eye, that is the one who observes, the one who controls. The second, that is the L, is the shepherd's stick. Therefore, this indicates the one who keeps an eye on everything and the one who governs others with the shepherd's staff. Also, Plato, in his dialogue Critia, tells that the gods, after dividing the peoples, the territories, ruled their peoples like shepherds. Very well, then this one who is above but who is not very high, but who is simply above others because he commands them, he is the one who observes them and guides them as if he were a shepherd. So this is a fundamental fact. Elyon, for example, is used in Deuteronomy 32:8 when it is said that Elyon divided the peoples and defined the boundaries of the nations based on the number of the children of Israel. So it is written in the Bibles. But in the text of Qumran, it is written that he divided them on the basis of the number of the children of the Elohim. Elyon is also used in the book of Joshua, where it is even used to indicate the upper part of a Bet Horon town. In the Bible, there is Bet Horon above and Bet Horon below. In Ezekiel, on the other hand, we speak of a building that has a lower floor and an upper floor, always using the term Elyon. Let's see the examples in this comparative Bible study. Here we have the term Elyon, and as you can see, this term Elyon is clearly indicated as an absolute singular masculine adjective. Have you seen? Let's move on to the other example of Elyon, and let's go to the book of Joshua. Let's go to chapter 16 in verse 5, where again is the term Elyon. But here the interesting thing is precisely this. While Elyon, as you can see, is again indicated as an absolute singular masculine adjective, but here it clearly indicates that, as you can also read in one of the translations below, up to Bet Horon above, that is, up to Bet Horon. And then an Elyon simply indicates above, that is, it has nothing to do with that absolute superlative which is used to indicate the Most High. Now let's go to see another example. Let's go to Ezekiel. Here we are in Ezekiel 41:7, where we even see a third type of use of the term Elyon. Meanwhile, as you can see in the usual square that appears, you see that it is a singular feminine adjective because here we are talking about a construction, a building, and it is said that from the lower part we rise above the upper part, and this is precisely the meaning of Elyonah, which even has the ending of the feminine and here has the article. So, as for the other two examples, here we are back to a very concrete use. We are talking about an upper floor of a house, a building. We saw three uses of Elyon in the Bible, three concrete uses, and we even saw one in the feminine. So, why the rule of the famous plural of abstraction is not applied to Elyon? Because Elohim has the plural ending, so you have to come up with an explanation. Elyon doesn't have the plural ending used in this way, so there is no need up with an explanation. And going on like this with some other indication that I and Paul Wallis give you, you will find yourself reading an extremely clear Bible without ever having to discuss translations with anyone and respecting the ancient authors. Hello, thank you, see you next time.
Thank you, Mauro. Elyon really is a fascinating word. As Mauro said, it's one of the words that we conventionally translate as God in the Bible. Now, when I say the word God, we think of an ultimate entity. The Apostle Paul once defined God as the source of the cosmos and everything in it, that in which we all live and move and have our being. But that is not the meaning of the word Elyon, as we've already seen. And we think of Elyon as this superlative, but as Mauro rightly said, it is a word that defines this being in relationship with other beings. But I want to go back to the formation of the Hebrew canon, what Christians call the Old Testament, because there's a very broad scholarly consensus that the Hebrew scriptures took their current form sometime in the 6th century BCE, and that what happened was a scissors and paste redaction. The library of scrolls and books that formed the Hebrew canon were reworked, edited, cut and pasted to try and present a seamless story presenting the theology of the redactors at that time. So I would absolutely endorse what Mauro said when he says that the final redaction of the Hebrew scriptures was done not on the basis of grammar or exposition of the texts, but was done for ideological reasons, to teach monotheism and to endorse the Jerusalem temple and disendorse all the other temples that existed, and to endorse the high priestly family that ran the Jerusalem temple as, in essence, the inheritors of the power of the monarchy. So it justifies the Davidic monarchy, and then the Levitical priesthood, and then the authority of the high priestly family, and the authority of the Jerusalem temple. That's really the message of that final redaction, in an attempt to pare Judaism down and clean it up into this pyramid of powers. So if you follow the drama of the stories of the Hebrew canon, you arrive at the 7th century BCE, and the boy king Josiah sets about reforming Judaism and sets about getting rid of all the vestiges of polytheism within Jewish practice. So they destroy the high places and the standing stones. They get rid of the worship of Asherah, because Judaism is not going to be polytheistic. It's not going to be henotheistic. It's going to be monotheistic. And let me just define what that means. It's not going to be polytheistic. They're not going to worship Yahweh and Asherah. They're not going to have many gods. It's not going to be henotheistic, where they acknowledge other gods but choose to worship this one. And so the memory of other powerful beings is sort of airbrushed over. It's going to be monotheistic. And I don't want to downplay the importance of that message. I think the idea that we shouldn't be running around worshiping entities as gods is quite a positive message. But in the process, they obscured the information that was carried by the earlier forms of the stories. Now, Elyon is part of this process of change, because what Josiah did in Jewish practice, cleaning it up from polytheism, getting rid of henotheism, turning it into monotheism, so the 6th century redactors tried to do within the texts. So to lose the references to polytheism, henotheism, edit all those books so that it would appear that from start to finish, the Hebrew canon is a seamless story teaching monotheism. Except, of course, within those stories, you've got these other entities washing around in the text, and Elyon is one of them. As Mauro said, Elyon means the powerful one higher than the others. Now, what does that mean, higher than the others? What does it mean, higher than the others? Does it mean taller? Does it mean higher in space? Or does it just mean senior? Well, before we rush on to the conclusion, let me point out that this higher in space concept exists all around the world when talking about our ancestors, cosmology. If you go to the Edo narrative from Nigeria and southern Benin, you will hear of Osanabua, the Almighty One above the waters. So we're thinking about an entity that's up there in the sky looking down on the waters. Well, that's there, of course, in Genesis as well, where we have the flooded waters, and then the Ruach arrives and hovers over the flooded waters. It's there in the Mesoamerican story from out of the Popol Vuh, the Mayan tradition that speaks about the progenitors arriving in the darkness, hovering over the waters. If you go to the Philippines, you'll hear of the primordial Tagalog hovering above the waters. Or there's the Efik narrative from out of Nigeria of Abasi and Atai, these advanced beings who hover in the sky above the planet. So these were beings that had seniority over humanity, and they were high in the sky. And I wonder if at that point we conflated the ideas of being high and being advanced, being higher and being more senior. So Osanabua is the Almighty One above the waters. In the Sumerian stories, we have the descent of the sky people from on high, who then govern over us. So I would just want to flag seniority and high in the sky. There might be a connection between those concepts. And it's interesting what Mauro was saying about Elyon in the form of a pictogram. What a pictogram of Elyon carries is this image of a staff for control and an eye supervising. And so there we have the two concepts held together: oversight, control, and seniority. Elyon is the most senior of the Elohim. And Elyon, the most senior, implies a group in which that seniority has a meaning. So the picture that emerges is Elyon is the commander of the Elohim. This idea of Elyon as a commander makes sense of the pictogram, makes sense of the root meanings of the word. And it's interesting to me that if you go to the Sumerian stories, which I believe are the source narratives, but the biblical narratives, you have Enlil and Enki. Enlil is the commander of this region of space. Enki is the commander of this region of earth. So this notion that the advanced beings are commanders is there in the source narrative as well. Enki, Enlil, Elyon, the senior powerful one of the powerful ones. Now, so far, I've just talked about meanings, root meanings, pictographic meanings, but this is actually how the word Elyon functions in the drama of the texts. If we go to Psalm 57, for instance, if we look at this text, it says, I call to God the Most High. So that's how it's translated. I call to Theos. If I'm reading the Septuagint, which is the Greek translation of the Hebrew scriptures used by those who wrote for Jesus, it uses this Greek word Theos to translate Elyon, Elyon. I call to God the Most High. But realizing that we're looking at Elyon, let's read it in the Hebrew text according to that root meaning we were just discussing. I call to the powerful one, to the most senior of the powerful ones. Elyon implies a group over which to be in command. Elyon is an Elohim, the most powerful of the Elohim. And so this picture of what I would call a sky council, the concept that recurs in ancestral narratives all around the world, emerges. There it is in the Bible, this sky council of powerful ones who are presided over by a president, commander, captain, Elyon, the most powerful of the Elohim. Take a look now at Psalm 78, verse 35. And they remembered that the powerful ones, their rock. And the verb to be is sort of read as being implicit in the text. They remembered that the powerful ones were their rock, and that the powerful one, the most senior, was their Redeemer. Now, Psalm 78, verse 35, some people would say, this is a classic couplet, where in Hebrew poetry, you will say something twice. You say it once, one way, and then say it again a slightly different way, just to finesse the concept or hammer it home. And some people would say that's what's happening here, that the text says, and they remembered that the powerful one was their rock, that the powerful one, the most senior, was their Redeemer, and possibly translate powerful one as God. But Elohim is plural elsewhere in the Psalms. And I mention that because I believe Elohim is a word in transition in the Hebrew scriptures, that it morphs from being a simple plural to being a group noun to sometimes being used as a name or as a singular. Well, we see it elsewhere in the Psalms as a plural, as we just did in Psalm 57. To Elyon, the powerful one, the most senior of the Elohim, the powerful ones. So if it's plural in Psalm 57, perhaps it's plural in Psalm 78. Let's read it that way. And they remembered that the powerful ones were their rock, and that the powerful one, the most senior, was their Redeemer. So once again, we have that picture of Elyon as the commander of the Elohim, a sky council of powerful beings over which Elyon is presiding. Now, Mauro mentioned this text from Deuteronomy 32, verse 8, the Qumran text in which the nations are being parceled out among the Elohim. Now, if you go to the Septuagint, that's the Greek translation of the Hebrew scriptures, it says that the nations were parceled out among the Angelon Theou, among the agents of God. But we note that Theou is actually a rendition of the Hebrew Elohim, the agents of Elohim. So we've got the Bene Elohim in the Qumran text, and we've got the agents of Elohim in the Septuagint. So that's why I would lean to the same interpretation as Mauro, that we're looking at a council of powerful ones, and then Elyon is going to parcel out the lands and the people that belong to those lands to the various Elohim. And that is how the drama of the Hebrew scriptures plays out, that you have human society divided into human colonies, each with their own powerful one governing over those local colonies. And Elyon's role is to preside over that distribution of lands and people. And Yahweh is the Elohim who gets the people of Israel. So what's interesting about that is that we have a picture of humanity presided over by Elohim, presided over by Elyon, and Yahweh is down here, one of the junior powerful ones presided over by Elyon. So there's the clue that Yahweh is not God. Elyon isn't God either. He's one of the powerful ones, the most senior. Elsewhere in the Hebrew canon, we see the Sky Council in operation. We see it in 1 Kings 22, fomenting war. We see it at the beginning of the book of Job, where two of the powerful ones are toying with a human being, much like a boy with a magnifying glass might toy with an ant. It's not a pretty picture. But the picture is coherent, that we've got a body of powerful beings that might be quite diverse. Elyon presides over it, Yahweh is on that council, and that really is the stable and coherent picture of the human condition that plays out all the way through the Hebrew canon. And so what we've seen this time around about El Elyon, who is the commander of the Elohim, is that it sets us up to go back to this junior level of Elohim and to this particular character of Yahweh and find out where Yahweh fits in the picture. Because for a long time, believers have equated Yahweh with the concept of God. And once you translate Elohim and Elyon, you realize you cannot make that equation.
Hello everyone. Today with our friend Paul, we talk about the more important name in the Bible. This name is Yahweh. Yahweh is obviously the name of the presumed God and is generally translated with Lord or the Eternal. These are the two translations that are used to render this name. About this name, I want to start immediately by saying that the Vatican in 2008 sent a letter to episcopal conferences around the world where he invited us not to use the name of Yahweh in the liturgy because he is not Christian. This is obviously very strange, also because Yahweh would be God the Father, but I would like to make another consideration. As an expression of the infinite greatness and majesty of God, it was considered to be unpronounceable.
You know that the Jews cannot pronounce that name, and therefore it was replaced in the reading of Scripture by the use of an alternative name, Adonai, which means Lord.
Per sostituire Yahweh, visto che non lo si poteva pronunciare. E poi fa un'altra osservazione.
Since the text of the Bible written in Greek constituted the Bible of the first generation of Greek-speaking Christians, in whose language all the books of the New Testament were written, even these Christians from the beginning, they never pronounced the Tetragrammaton. Something similar happened also for the Latin-speaking Christians. And here there is another important consideration. The name of Jesus is a Latin name. It is not the translation of Hebrew, because in Hebrew we have Yehoshua, and the first part is precisely the name of Yahweh contracted, because Joshua means Yahweh saves. So, those who pronounced in Hebrew the name of Jesus pronounced also the name of Yahweh. So, also when the Christians today say Alleluia, the first part is the verb allelu, which is the exhortation, or rather the order to praise Yah, that is Yahweh. Therefore, the Christians still use the name Yahweh. At least every once they sing the Alleluia. In the Bibles that we have at home, whenever there is Yahweh in Hebrew, we find the Lord or the Eternal, because the two terms are used interchangeably to translate the term Yahweh. But what is the problem? The problem is that we know nothing about the name Yahweh. But now let's go and see how it originated. Let's go in the Exodus text. We are in chapter 3, where Moses asks the alleged God a question that turns out to be fundamental. We read in a traditional translation. Moses said to God, I go to the children of Israel and say to them, the God of your father has sent me to you. They will tell me, what is his name? We can understand that it would be absurd to ask for God's name if that God were the only and therefore unequivocal God. And this is more evident in Hebrew, because in Hebrew it actually says, and Moses said to the Elohim. That is, Moses speaks to that Elohim who presented himself to him. So here is the article, and here it is not. Here it says to the Elohim, that is, to that there, and not to another. What will I answer them, says Moses. God said to Moses, I am who I am, and added, so you will say to the children of Israel, I am, he has sent me to you. Here, I am who I am in Hebrew is Eye Asher Eye, which, as you can see, here is translated, I will be who I will be. So here we have I am who I am, and here we have I will be who I will be. Why are there two different translations? Because in reality there are more. There is also I will be what I am, I will be what I was. That is, over the centuries, the exegetes have essentially formulated all the hypotheses possible to translate that name. Let me do a personal consideration. By placing ourselves in that situation in which Moses asks that individual, but in short, tell me who you are, then I have to explain it to the others. I imagine the great boss who hears himself asked by one of his subordinates, even if he is the commander in field that he himself had chosen, he hears himself asked, tell me your name because I have to tell it to the 12 tribes and then convince them to come after you. I also imagine a little anger on the part of this very powerful individual who says to him, Moses, I am what I am, as if to say, mind your own business. So who I am does not matter. Moreover, I was pleased to read in the Hebrew Bible published by Giuntina and edited by Rab Dario Disegni, who in the commentary on this verse we are talking about, says that Yahweh's answer to Moses may mean, my name doesn't matter. What matters is that I am.
Confortato perché vuol dire che non sono il solo a pensare che insomma la risposta abbia proprio un pochettino questo significato. E quindi ripeto, indipendentemente dalla traduzione mi piaceva fare questa considerazione perché è una cosa che mi viene spontanea, che mi è venuta quando leggo quel.
But now let's go on to continue reading how Yahweh says he wants to be called. God said again to Moses, so you will tell the children of Israel, here is the Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, of Isaac, of Jacob. And in Hebrew, in reality, there is, and Elohim said again to Moses, so you will say to the sons of Israel. And here is the famous tetragrammaton, that is his name. The one we know as Yahweh, but which here, for example, is vocalized as Yehweh. And is one of the many possible vocalizations, but immediately after this, there is the important statement that identifies this as his name. And Yahweh says, this name of mine in perpetuity. And this is memory of mine from generation to generation. That is to say, with this name you will remember me for the future, with this indication that it is the famous tetragrammaton. So we really know nothing about this famous name. When Moses asks this individual what he is called, perhaps the Hebrew language did not exist. And so, when Moses asks this question to Yahweh, in what language was it pronounced, this name? We don't know. He may have pronounced it in the Egyptian language. Or if Yahweh came from other civilizations, he might have said it in his own language. So we don't know anything. We don't know what language it was written in. We don't know how it was said. We don't know how it was pronounced. Why? Because it was written several centuries after it was pronounced. Because it was written without vowels. And the vowels, they were inserted many centuries later, between the 6th and the 9th century after Christ. So a long time passed between when that name was written only with consonants and when the vowels were inserted.
Sappiamo talmente poco che, per esempio, sono stati scritti dei trattati interi, questo è dell'Istituto Pontificio Biblico, su nomi e titoli di Yahweh alla luce.
Theologians have written many treatises on this name, and this happened precisely because its meaning is not known.
La cosa migliore è intanto portare avanti gli studi, però nel frattempo non fare delle traduzioni.
And if you do not know, the best thing is do not make translations.
Che in realtà non si possiede. Pensate che ad esempio in questo testo qui, che è un testo nel quale scrivono i più importanti rabbini, sia il termine Yahweh.
For example, according to some scholars, rabbis, the name could simply be an interjection and mean it is he. That is the expression they used when they saw him arriving, and that therefore he could have said to them, very well, remember me like that. So, in reality, we do not know what Yahweh means, and then, since we do not know what Yahweh means, we do not translate it, because translating with Lord or translating with the Eternal really means, here we are sure, inventing translations. So, when in English we find Lord or the Eternal, we write what is written in Hebrew, Yahweh. So we respect the text. And respect for the ancient authors is precisely the goal of this collaboration with Paul. Ciao from Italy.
Thank you, Mauro. When Moses meets the being Yahweh, it's quite clear he has no idea who he is talking to. And when Yahweh gives his name, the name we know as the holy name of God, it's very clear Moses has no idea what this word means. And so it's very much like getting a call on your phone. It says caller unknown. You pick it up, you hear a voice, you don't recognize the voice. And so you say, who am I talking to? That's exactly the moment we catch Moses in with the being Yahweh. But if Yahweh really is the God of his ancestors, the powerful one of his ancestors, isn't it rather odd that Moses doesn't recognize him? Well, at one level, maybe not, because he can't see who he's speaking to. He can hear a voice, he can see a fire, but he can't see who it is. But it is surprising that this name is completely new to him. And I agree with Mauro. What this tells us is that this was not a word in any of the languages that Moses spoke. Now, as a prince of the court of the Pharaoh, it's very possible Moses spoke a number of languages. But apparently, Yahweh is not a Hebrew word, it's not an Egyptian word, it's not a word in any language known to Moses. We begin with a mystery. Now, there's a very broad scholarly consensus that the Hebrew canon took its current shape sometime in the 6th century BCE. In the century before, the boy King Josiah had set about reforming Judaism and paring it down into a neat and tidy world of monotheism, with God and the king at the top, and then the high priests, and then the people at the bottom of a nicely ordered religious society. That was Josiah's intent. And then in the 6th century BCE, the redactors set about doing the same reform within the canon of the scriptures themselves, taking this vast library of books and scrolls and doing a scissors and paste edit on them to give them the appearance of a seamless story of God from beginning to end, a story that teaches monotheism. And part of that redaction involved taking the name Yahweh, which by that time was understood to be a name for Almighty God, and pasting it over the whole sequence of stories from beginning to end. And so the redactors import the name Yahweh into much earlier texts and paste it into the old stories of the Elohim. Now, if you read the Bible attentively, you can spot this because you can see the name Yahweh in texts that precede the encounter where Yahweh gives his name. So if you've got the timeline of the Bible, here's the beginning, here's the end. Somewhere along here, Moses is told the name of God. So what's that name doing back here? Well, it's simply that a writer after the time of Moses who knew this word is retelling these old stories using the word that's been revealed. So at the 6th century BCE, by the latest, that's when the name Yahweh starts to be pasted over these earlier stories. And in the final redaction, the edition of the canon is produced where the name Yahweh is there more or less from start to finish. One example of these importations you could find in Genesis 11, for instance, which is the story of the Tower of Babel. Now that story begins with Yahweh getting wind of something happening on the Shinar plain that he's not very happy about. And so he goes down to see what is going on and to see if he needs to take action. And when he decides to take action, the text says this: "Come, let us go down and confuse their language." Who's the us? Well, the us is the Elohim in the original telling of the story. Yahweh refers to himself as an Elohim many times, and it's clear that in Genesis 11, he is one of many Elohim because of that plural verb form, let us go down and confuse. In the moment when Moses meets Yahweh, Yahweh identifies himself as an Elohim, a powerful one. He says to Moses, tell them that the powerful one, Yahweh, the powerful one of your ancestors, has sent you to them. So Yahweh sees himself as an Elohim. This is also clear in the Ten Commandments, when Yahweh commands, you must have no other Elohim before me. Don't work for them, certainly don't bow down to them, and you can't even paint pictures of them. He's commanding a great forgetting. It's there when Joshua says, don't serve the Elohim of Egypt or of the Canaanites or of your ancestors in Mesopotamia, serve only Yahweh. So Yahweh is one of the Elohim. It's clear in the story of King Ahaziah. When Yahweh's King Ahaziah falls off a ladder and breaks his back, Ahaziah wants to know if he's dying. And so he sends his messengers to Ekron to inquire of the Elohim of Ekron, the powerful one of Ekron, who he believes can give an accurate prognosis. And when Yahweh hears of this, he's furious. According to his spokesman, Yahweh says, is there no Elohim here that Ahaziah has to go running off to the Elohim of Ekron? So Yahweh identifies himself as one of the Elohim. But what exactly he is and what his name means is still a bit of a mystery. Remember, Moses doesn't see him. He only hears a voice and he sees a fire. So he doesn't know who or what Yahweh is, and he doesn't know what the word means because it's foreign to him. Now, by the close of the Bible writing period, Yahweh was being used as the holy name for God. If you wanted to talk about God, the source of the cosmos and everything in it, then you would refer to Yahweh. But is that what the word meant in the beginning? And I'm going to suggest, no, that's not what it meant. I agree with Mauro that in Yahweh, what we're looking at is a foreign word, or what linguists would call a loan word. So let me just illustrate for you what a loan word is. In the 1950s, linguists started coming across a funny word in the south of Italy, in Sicily, that they had never come across before. Now, it's a word that meant spade, but the Italian language has a perfectly regular word for spade. It's la pala. So what was this other word? It sounded like sciavolo, and it was a word without any etymology in the Italian language. As they spelt it out, they thought, well, these roots don't mean a digging item. Where has this word come from? And it took them a while to realize that this word had appeared at a time when there'd been a movement of people who were originally from the south of Italy and Sicily back to the mother country from America. And they'd brought with them an American word, shovel. And they were simply using that word that they'd used in workplaces in America. They carried on using that word, and they were using the Italian sound system to pronounce an American word. And they would have used Italian spelling conventions to transcribe an American word, shovel. That's often how a loan word works. It appears in the writing conventions and sound system of the host language, but it's come from somewhere else. And that's why suddenly you have this word that has no history, no root meaning. It is a foreign word that the people have started using. I believe Yahweh is that kind of a word. Not a Hebrew word, not an Egyptian word, not a word in any of the languages known to Moses, a word from somewhere else entirely. So in a way, when Moses asks his question, sorry, who am I talking to? He doesn't really get an answer. When the being Yahweh says, Eye aser Eye, I am as I am, it's kind of a non-answer. It's kind of saying, well, that's for you to find out. But then within a sentence or so, he is using this name Yahweh. So he begins by saying, tell them I am has sent you. Say the I am of Israel has sent you. And then within a sentence he says, tell them that Yahweh, the powerful one of their ancestors, has sent you to them. So let's go back to this I am sentence. Because as Mauro says, it can be I am as I am what I will be what I will be. It's a very enigmatic answer that really does mean, well, that's for you to find out. You're going to have to follow me to find out. But when you get to the Septuagint, you find there's another way of understanding that answer. Now, the Septuagint was the Greek translation of the Hebrew canon that was used by Jesus and those who wrote for him. So Jesus and those who wrote for him regarded it as the bee's knees. This was inspired. This was a wonderful rendition of the Hebrew original. And when you read the Septuagint's rendering of Yahweh's answer, it says this, and Moses said to God, behold, I shall go forth to the children of Israel, and I shall say to them, the powerful one of our fathers has sent me to you, and they will ask me, what is his name? What shall I say to them? And the powerful one spoke to Moses, saying, Legon ego eimi ho'on. Tell them I am the being. Say this to the children of Israel, the being has sent me to you. What kind of being is that? Maybe there is a clue in the Tetragrammaton, these 4 letters that have become used as the holy name for God. This was the name that the being began using of himself in the very next sentence. So the very next sentence begins, and moreover, the powerful one said to Moses. So again, there's that equation. Yahweh is a powerful one in conversation with Moses. And moreover, the powerful one said to Moses, say this to the children of Israel, Yahweh Elohe of your fathers, the Elohe of Abraham, the Elohe of Isaac, the Elohe of Jacob has sent me to you. So he's describing himself as an Elohe, as an Elohim. He's using this name Yahweh, and it's represented by these 4 letters, the Tetragrammaton. Now, Mauro very rightly says we don't know how that was pronounced. The vowels came into Yahweh at a later stage. We just have the 4 consonants. So even though we can't be sure exactly how it was pronounced in the beginning, we do know what the 4 consonants were. And that tells us quite enough, in my view, to place this story in a global family of stories. The consonants we have are Y, H, W, H. How were they pronounced? Now, when you put the vowels into the name, the H's almost disappear. It becomes Yahweh. But I'm going to put forward a little linguistic theory here, and it has to do with something called affrication. Affrication is something that happens as languages develop and morph, and essentially it's a pattern of sound softening, whereby, for instance, a t becomes a ts, becomes a s, or a p becomes a f, becomes a f, or a d becomes a z, becomes a z. And so a hard word like 20 can morph into 20, 20 being built on an earlier version of 20. Or milk, with the hard K, is built on an earlier version of the word that becomes milch. K becomes ch. And that is the story of the H in Yahweh. Because with the vowels in, they're almost silent. But if you go to Proto-Northwest Semitic, which is an ancestor of Hebrew, the H sound was voiced quite differently. Instead of the almost silent glottal fricative, it was a velar fricative. So it's quite possible that in the primitive pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton, we have this sound. Why is that significant? Well, I go back to the point that Moses isn't quite sure who or what he's speaking to. He can hear a voice, he can see fire, and then this name with in it. All around the world, ancient cultures tell of a time when our ancestors were governed over by non-human beings. So in the Mesoamerican traditions that come out of the Mayan tradition, we have the stories of Quetzalcoatl, Cucumats, Kukulkan. Go to Spain and Portugal and you've got the Coca. Go to Georgia, you've got the Colchis. Go to Egypt, you had Achech. Go to China and you've got the Akuchu, the Kuchedra. And you might notice there is a phonetic similarity between all those names. There is the k, k or h sound. And they all refer to these non-human beings that governed over our ancestors in the deep past. Now, intriguingly, those stories tell us something about what these entities look like. So Quetzalcoatl is described as a feathered serpent, and some of the entities are described as creating a trail of fire. Picture the Chinese dragon, and you're looking at a very similar kind of entity. Other stories around the world speak about beings that demand prodigious volumes of beef, virgin girls, and gold, and can destroy you with breath that can be ignited. And so a lot of these images repeat in stories around the world. Well, in some of the stories of the Hebrew canon, you've got some parallel themes. You do have entities that demand prodigious volumes of beef, virgin girls, and gold, that have a powerful voice and that have breath that can be ignited. And again, these stories are associated with the of the Hebrew stories. One example of this would be in Numbers 31:17, where following a battle, Yahweh has demanded 675 sheep and goats, 72 cattle, 61 donkeys, 32 virgin girls, and 420 pounds of gold. Now that's for him. The human beings can keep the rest, he says. And you might think, oh, when it says that's for him, presumably that's actually to sustain the priestly families. That's really virgin girls to be used by the priestly families, beef for the priestly families, gold for the priestly families. Except that's not how the story is told. And in fact, when you get to the Septuagint and you read the book of Bel and the Dragon, there's a very clear distinction made between the Babylonian culture, who pretend that they have an entity that needs gold and cattle and virgin girls, but it's really the priests who are enjoying all these. That culture's made fun of because that is not the pattern of the people of Israel. The priests are not pretending. They really do have a powerful one that demands all this tribute, and his name is Yahweh. We generally are used to reading the Bible in a bubble and not realizing that its stories run in parallel with ancestral narratives from all around the world. And so these motifs in the stories of the Hebrew canon set it in this wider family of narratives about a time when our ancestors were governed over by non-human beings. And not only are the motifs of beef, virgin girls, and gold repeated, but when there are descriptions given of the entity in the stories, we have mention of flight feathers, pinions, we have mention of this powerful voice, and we have mention of this breath that can be ignited and can destroy things. So there are many, many correlations that set some of the ancient stories of the Hebrew canon in a much wider context. Could it be that the original stories are telling us about this ancient time recalled by many cultures around the world to do with the ancient governance of humanity in the deep past? Now, there are clues within the Bible itself that this may be so, but one powerful one comes in Joshua 24, when Joshua says, "Don't serve the Elohim of Egypt, serve only Yahweh." If you insert the names into those texts, then what Joshua said was, don't serve Achech of Egypt, serve Yahweh, the powerful one of us. The names Achech and Yahweh are so close, and the kind of service is equivalent in what Joshua is saying, that it strongly suggests that the Yahweh character of these stories fits in a panoply of ancient beings that we have perhaps forgotten how to imagine. Now, in many of the stories around the world, there's a moment when the human societies say, we don't want to be governed by a non-human being anymore. We want human kings, human queens, human governance for human society. And you see this pivot happening in stories and cultures around the world. It's there in the Greek, it's there in African stories of the handover of power from the Ojisu to the Oba. It's there in the Sumerian stories where we have the pivot king of Gilgamesh this hybrid king who takes over from the powerful ones who are not human who governed and then hands over to human kings and queens. And there's a pivot moment in the Bible as well, where the people of Israel say to Yahweh's spokesperson, we don't want a non-human governor anymore. We want human kings for human society. Now just think about this. This happens in 1 Samuel 8. If in that moment Yahweh means Almighty God, that story is bizarre. Why would you trade a human king for Almighty God? Surely Almighty God gives you better protection on the battlefield than a human king. But no, the shape of the story tells you they're trading a non-human ruler for a human ruler. And that pivot occurs in so many of the world's narratives. And that's why I believe the Tetragrammaton is actually a clue that places the biblical story in a much wider context, makes it part of a much bigger story about the history of our planet, the history of the human race, and the history of our God concepts. If you go to 1 Samuel 8, that's one clue that Yahweh is not referring to Almighty God in that moment. Yahweh's jealous competition with the powerful one of Ekron would be another clue that that's not Almighty God you're dealing with in the moment. The first human king in the Hebrew story is King Saul, whom Yahweh sabotages. When Yahweh sends King Saul out to battle, Saul does what has been done before. He wins the battle and he brings back tribute of gold, virgin girls, and beef, and many other things besides to give to Yahweh. But Yahweh is furious with Saul. He's furious and he says, you're not going to be king anymore because you failed to follow my instructions. I wanted scorched earth. Every man, woman, child, and animal dead. And because you have failed to do this, you can forget begging me for forgiveness. And at first Saul is very confused. He says, but I did what you asked me to. I won the battle. I brought you all this tribute. No, you didn't follow me to the letter. That's the end of you. And Yahweh sets himself against Saul and drives him insane until Saul commits suicide. It's another clue that the original form of that story, and even the form as we now have it, is not a story of God, the transcendent source of all things, God, the source of the cosmos and everything in it, God, this unified field of love in which we all live and move and have our being. No, the entity in that story is something quite different, and it's a something that fits in the world of narratives about these entities. So when we go back to that moment when Moses met and he didn't know what he was or who he was talking to, we realize there is a far greater mystery to explore than our conventional translations have really made clear to us. Today, because of that final redaction in the 6th century BCE, we think of the Bible as a book all about God. But as we drill down into the root meanings of many of the words we associate with God, Elohim, Elyon, Yahweh, we see that there is another layer of story there, that in fact, within the pages of the Hebrew Scriptures, there is a plethora of beings. There's a whole diversity of mysterious entities washing around in the text, and not in some strange, vague kind of way, but in ways that run in parallel with many of the world's ancestral narratives about human beginnings and the experience of our ancestors in the deep past. I think the meaning of these words, Elohim, Elyon, Yahweh, invite us to return to the texts, to look again, and to realize that many of the stories we have assumed were God's stories are actually stories about something quite different.
Good morning to all. Paul and I continue with the suggestions for reading the Bible in a respectful way and out of any discussion on translations. Today's suggestion is about the term Almighty that appears a few times in the Old Testament. The first time is in Genesis 17, when one of the Elohim presents himself to Abraham and says to him, I am God the Almighty, walk before me and be perfect. I will place my covenant between you and me, etc., etc. The other times it is mentioned in Genesis 28, 35, 43, 48, 49, in Exodus 6, in Numbers 24, in Ruth 1, in Psalms 68 and 91, in Job 5, in Joel 5, in Isaiah 13, Ezekiel 10. Most of the times is it therefore mentioned in Genesis, so let's go and examine it. So, I'm God the Almighty. In Hebrew it says El Shadday with the dot that doubles the letter D. What the exegesis of the Jerusalem School of Bible Studies says, this is the Jerusalem Bible and it says exactly that. The Common Omnipotent Translation, followed by the CEI Bible, that is the Italian Episcopal Conference, is inaccurate. The text says Almighty. The note says it is a wrong translation. The meaning of Shadday is uncertain. God of the mountain has been proposed according to the Akkadian Shadu. It would be preferable to interpret God of the steppe according to the Hebrew Shadday and according to another meaning of the Akkadian word. So the text says omnipotent. The note below says that omnipotent is wrong and could mean either El of the mountain, because translating El with God is also an artificial translation. El of the mountain, or better still, El of the steppe. I remind you that Paul and I talked extensively about the terms El and Elohim in our previous videos. You understand that between El of the mountain, El of the steppe, and Almighty, there is a big difference. It is enough to read the Bible to understand that Yahweh was anything but omnipotent. Just read a few books is enough to read a few books of the Bible to understand how many are the limitations of Yahweh. God must necessarily be Almighty, therefore Almighty must also be there somewhere. But if these two elements of uncertainty weren't enough, I had a third, and the third is this. Some dictionaries, such as Brown Driver Briggs, one of the most important in Biblical Hebrew, connect the term Shadday with the verbal root Shaddad. That has a precise meaning. It is connected to the concept of violence. It says the meaning is to act with violence, to devastate, to ruin. This other dictionary of Biblical Hebrew, regarding the verb shaddad, translates to devastate, to massacre, to destroy, and so on. As you can see, all meanings related to violence. And for what it concerns the term Shadday, it says divine name still uncertain. Divine name, obviously, because it refers to El, which is artificially translated with God. So, if we take this meaning, there is a consideration to make. This El, who presents himself to Abraham, could have said to him, he could, obviously, I am a violent El, so be careful what you do. Walk in front of me and be perfect. This statement could really be understood as a warning. Dear Abraham, be careful what you do, because I am violent. In fact, it is enough to read the Bible to understand that these meanings that we have read, that is extermination, devastation, etc., were normal for Yahweh. Just think of the genocides, infanticides were committed in the Bible to understand that this could also be one meaning among those possible. However, the goal of these videos with Paul is not to find a meaning, to contrast the meanings, but to read the Bible in a respectful way, avoiding any useless discussion because the meaning is uncertain. And then we avoid useless discussions. When we find omnipotent or almighty in English, we write Shadday and we read it like this, without asking ourselves what it means. It will help us to understand the Bible regardless of the meaning we want to give to this term. So let's do this replacement. Indeed, to be more precise, when we find God the Almighty, we put El Shaddai. So we also avoid translating the word El with God, because this too is an uncertain translation. And now let's listen to Paul. In the meantime, I send you my greetings from Italy. Hi Paul!
Ciao Mauro. Davvero mi sto godendo la nostra collaborazione. And I really enjoy the way you shine light on these ancient texts and these questions of translation. It opens up a whole new realm for people to explore. Now, this time around, we're looking at the concept of Almighty God and the word El Shaddai. Now, for ages, believers have wrestled with the idea of Almighty God. Now, I've said in other places how I really like how the Apostle Paul defines God in a speech he gives to a non-religious audience in Athens in Acts 17, where he describes God as the source of the cosmos and everything in it, that in which we all live and move and have our being. And personally, I like that explanation of what God means. But through the ages, religious thought has run with another conception of God, conceiving of God as a very powerful entity or an almighty being. And that conception of God has thrown up some problems for believers, because if God is a being, if God is an almighty entity, then why doesn't God fix all the problems? Why doesn't God divinely magic everything better when that's what's needed? And those are the kinds of questions, the questions of suffering, that believers have wrestled with through the ages. And it's thrown up by this conception of God as an almighty being. Now, this time around, we're looking at the name El Shaddai. And when you come across that word in English translations, what you usually find is the Almighty or Almighty God. And so everywhere this name occurs, this conception of an almighty being is repeated and reinforced. Mauro and I are arguing that that is not the correct translation of this name. that it doesn't mean God and it doesn't mean Almighty God. Last time, you'll remember when we looked at Yahweh, Mauro mentioned this moment when Pope Benedict XVI sent around a communication to the Catholic world telling Christians not to use the name Yahweh in Christian prayers and liturgies because he said it is not a Christian name for God. Now just pause and think about what the Pope was telling us there. Now, Pope Benedict XVI was probably the most conservative Pope in my lifetime, and yet he's saying something very, very radical. Yahweh is not a Christian name for God. Now, you could take that in two ways. He could be saying it's not a Christian name for God, it's a Jewish name for God. But what's the issue there if it's the same God that we're worshipping? Is he saying that it's not a name for God at all? And that was the conclusion we came to last time. Now, the name Yahweh in the scriptures as we have them, and we're talking about the final redaction of the Hebrew scriptures made sometime in the 6th century BCE, that redaction puts Yahweh and El Shaddai alongside each other as names for the same entity. They are very closely associated. But what does El Shaddai mean? I'm going to argue that El Shaddai does not mean God, and it does not mean Almighty God. You find it translated that way in English translations. In Spanish translations, it is Dios Todopoderoso, which means God the All-Powerful, the God who can do anything. In French, it's L'Éternel. In Italian, it's L'Eterno. But what does it mean? I'm going to argue it doesn't mean the eternal and it doesn't mean the almighty. It's another word translated as God that shouldn't be. So far we've seen Elohim, Elyon, Yahweh, and today El Shaddai do not mean God. Perhaps like the word Yahweh, El Shaddai has made a journey through the Hebrew scriptures that it comes to be used to mean Almighty God, but in the beginning it meant something else. So let's go back to the beginning, back to where we first come across this name in Genesis 17. And when Abram was 99 years old, Yahweh appeared to Abram and said, I am El Shaddai. Walk before me, before my face, and be blameless. And I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly greatly. So there we have the writer equating Yahweh with El Shaddai. Yahweh appeared and said, I am El Shaddai. Remember, though, that the name Yahweh was not revealed until the time of Moses, in an age far later than the age of Abraham. So what's Yahweh doing in the text at all? Well, again, this is a clue that we are reading not the original telling of the story. Someone after the time of Moses who knew the name of Yahweh is retelling this story using the name that was later revealed. And it's being done to glue Yahweh into the text so that the reader perceives Yahweh as being involved from the very beginning. And this point is made emphatically in Exodus chapter 6, verse 3, where the text says this. God spoke to Moses and said to him, I am Yahweh. To Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob I appeared as El Shaddai, but I did not make my name Yahweh known to them. So there the redactor is explaining what the post-Moses name is doing in the pre-Moses text. And he is equating these two names. He's saying this is the same entity. Yahweh and El Shaddai are two names for the same entity. Now, last time we saw that Yahweh really was an entity, not God. So what is the case with this name, El Shaddai? Now, I'm going to go to the footnotes in the New Jerusalem Bible because they're rather interesting. I take my hat off to the New Jerusalem Bible. I love the transparency with which it tackles some of the translation issues around the names for God. And in the study editions, the editorial notes and the footnotes are really very, very useful. The senior editor, Dom Henry Wansborough, was very helpful to me when I was doing my research for my book, Escaping from Eden. And that is not to associate him with my conclusions. I'm in no way saying he endorses everything I say, but he was very helpful pointing out some of the journeys that these words may have made through time and what the original meanings may have been. So let's go to the footnotes over the appearance of El Shaddai in Genesis 17, the first mention. It says, El Shaddai, an ancient divine name of the patriarchal period, preserved mainly in the priestly tradition, see Exodus 6:3, which we just read, rarely used outside the Pentateuch except Job. The usual translation, Almighty God, is inaccurate. There it is inaccurate. The meaning is uncertain. God of the mountain, from the Akkadian Shadday, has been suggested, but perhaps God of the open wastes would be preferable, from the Hebrew Shadday, and it is the secondary meaning of the Akkadian word. It seems to have been a divine name brought from Upper Mesopotamia by the ancestors of the race. So the editors of the New Jerusalem Bible are saying that this name, El Shaddai, suggests a powerful one with a regional jurisdiction, a powerful one of the mountains or a powerful one of the plains, of the open wastes. Now, is there any kind of a framework that would make sense of that? Yes, there absolutely is. Because as we've seen before, there are a plethora of powerful entities in the Hebrew scriptures bumping up against each other in competition for resources and hegemony. And they do have geographical bases. So we have the El of Egypt, Achech. We have the El of the Amorites. We have the El of your ancestors when they lived in Mesopotamia. We have the El of Ekron and that crazy competition between Yahweh and the El of Ekron, the powerful one of Ekron. There's a moment in Daniel chapter 10 when Michael, the powerful one, the warrior, shows up and says, I had a terrible time getting here because I had to go into battle with the powerful one of Persia. And so they're all associated with geographical areas. So if you've got El of Ekron, El of Persia, it would make sense. We might have El of the mountains or El of the plains. Is there anything else that would reinforce that reading? Yes, there is. But before we go there, I want to go back to this first encounter between Abraham, or Abram as he's then called, and El Shaddai, and find out what's going on there. He has this encounter, and Yahweh/El Shaddai says to Abraham, walk before me, walk before my face, and be blameless. But who's blaming? Nobody mentioned blame. What the entity is saying, walk before me and don't do anything wrong in my sight. Walk before me and don't put a foot wrong. And so I think the idea that God requires perfection of us, which has been sown into so much of our religion, the root of that lies here. In Abraham's relationship with this entity, El Shaddai, who says, walk before me and don't put a foot wrong, don't make any mistakes. But again, we've seen this is actually not a conversation with Almighty God, it's a conversation with an entity. Walk before me and be blameless. And so there is that shadow in the relationship there, which I think reflects in the shadow in our concept of God through the ages. He then does make a promise, and he says, I will multiply you exceedingly greatly. And this promise follows on through the story of the Hebrew Scriptures. So let's go to the next occurrence of the name El Shaddai. The next occurrence is in Genesis 28, when Isaac invokes the blessing spoken over his father Abraham as a blessing over his own son Jacob. And he says this, "And Isaac called to Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said, Take yourself a wife from there, from the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother, and may El Shaddai bless you and make you fruitful and multiply you." So this relationship with a promise between Abraham and El Shaddai is being invoked over his family line through the generations. So the jurisdiction of El Shaddai is not just a geographical one, it is over a people group. And this goes back to what we saw in the episode with Elyon, where the most senior of the Elohim is parceling out people groups to give to the different powerful ones. This is the people group that El Shaddai will have governance over. And we could say that that idea is echoed as well. It's the powerful one who governs the people of Ekron, El of Ekron, the Lord of the Flies, as Yahweh calls him in a mocking joke. It's the people of Egypt who are governed by Achech, the powerful one of Egypt. It's the people of Mesopotamia who are governed over by the powerful ones of Mesopotamia. It's the Amorites who are governed over by the powerful one of the Amorites. And so there's that dual aspect. It's not just that the powerful one has a geographical region, but that he actually has possession over the human beings who live on that land. Now, that's a rather interesting idea because it's been repeated through human history that if you own the land, if you are the king or the squire, then you own the people who live on that land. And that idea goes all the way back to stories like these, where the powerful ones govern over their own human colonies. And when Abram was 99 years old, Yahweh appeared to Abram and said, "I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly greatly." But the geographic idea repeats in a rather dramatic way, and it really drives home the idea that El Shaddai is that kind of a being. Now, I mentioned that there was a question in our translation of that word. Does it mean the powerful one of the mountains, or does it mean the powerful one of the plains, the desert plains? That same question was in the minds of the neighbors of the people of Israel thousands of years ago, and it hints at the geographical framing being the framing of that time, and it occurs here in 1 Kings 20, verse 23. And we're reading from right to left. "And the servants of the king of Syria said to him, Their God is," and it's actually a singular, it's not in the plural here. And he's referring to the God of the people of Israel. He's referring to Yahweh. He says, "Their God is a God of the hills," or of the mountains. "This is why they were stronger than we." They've just lost in a battle against them in the mountains. "This is why they were stronger than we. But if we fight them in the plain, surely not. We will be stronger than they." So there's the smoking gun. The Syrians understood El Shaddai to mean God of the mountains. That's why they won in the mountains. If we can draw them out into the plains, we're out of his home turf. He will be at a disadvantage. We can beat them. And again, it reinforces this picture of human colonies governed over by their powerful ones, and the humans being sent out to war against each other on behalf of the powerful ones. Now, there's a funny punchline to this story because Yahweh takes great offense that he would be underestimated in that way. And there's an interesting ambiguity here. Is he offended because the Syrians think he is a regional power, or is he offended because they think he can't beat them in the plain? Either way, he says, oh, they think I can't beat them in the plain, I'll show them. And the story rolls on from there. I find it interesting, though, that the same question posed by the footnotes of the New Jerusalem Bible in the 21st century, does El Shaddai mean the powerful one of the mountains or the powerful one of the plains, echoes this ancient conversation about El Shaddai or Yahweh being a powerful one of the mountains and not a powerful one of the plain. It reinforces the idea that what we're looking at, again, is not a transcendent image of God, but a regional power that is in competition with other regional powers. So this really is a dramatization of the result of Elyon, the chief commanding powerful one, parceling out different lands and different people groups to the different Elohim. So the insights that we've put forward in these first 4 episodes around Elohim, Elyon, Yahweh, and El Shaddai really do reinforce one another in painting this picture of our Hebrew ancestors' world, this world of many powerful beings conflicting with one another over Project Earth and Project Humanity. And El Shaddai is one of these beings. Not an almighty being, not the eternal, not Almighty God, but one of a panoply of advanced beings who governed over our ancestors in the deep past. I think setting ourselves free of understanding God as an almighty being is very freeing. And this is why I'm such a fan of the Apostle Paul's definition of God as the source of the cosmos and everything in it, that in which we all live and move and have our being. Because in that description, there's no separation. There's nothing we need to do to get into God's good books. This isn't a God we have to tiptoe around. I love that description of it. That's just me. That's just my personal view. But I would say when we come to words that have been translated as God that perhaps shouldn't have been, it may be helpful to do as Mauro has said and leave these names untranslated. It's pointless to make it an argument that says, oh, Mauro translates it this way, Paul translates it this way, my version translates it this way. Let's not make it about that. Let's leave the names untranslated in the texts and then let the shape of the stories themselves tell us what the stories are about. And I think if we do that, then a very interesting ancient world begins to emerge, one which challenges many of our presuppositions about God, humanity, and our place in the cosmos.
Good morning. Paul and I continue with our videos about how to read the Bible in a respectful and understandable way. In the previous video, Yahweh, Paul and I had pointed out that when you find in the Bible the phrase the Eternal One, it should be replaced with Yahweh. Because often, I don't know, but the reason is obviously guessable, I don't know why theologists translate Yahweh as the Eternal One, because it is a non-existent translation. It means taking a name and attributing a characteristic to it, because theology has established that God must be eternal, that Yahweh must be God, and so theologists translate it that way. It's therefore an unjustified translation. We have given you this first indication, and I would like to invite you to listen to the part of that video by Paul. It's very, very interesting. Now, instead, we refer directly to the term eternity, which is found in various situations. For example, Yahweh is said to be Lord of eternity and God of eternity. This term is always present. Now we will see this term in an example just to understand.
Riferito appunto ad altre situazioni. Ecco, allora quando troviamo il termine eternità in ebraico,
when we find the term eternity, in Hebrew we have the word Olam. Olam is then translated as eternity. But does it mean eternity? Look, there is a dictionary. This is the Dictionary of Biblical Hebrew and Aramaic, in which it clearly says about the term Olam, do not translate with eternity. That is, the dictionary says, do not translate with eternity. And in the Bibles, you always find it translated with eternity. But there is not only this dictionary. When I had a meeting with some theologians in March 2016, one of the most important biblical scholars, perhaps the most important Italian Protestant biblical scholar, one of the authors of this dictionary, and speaking about this particular situation, he said, don't translate with eternity. And then he said, all the great dictionaries say that thing there, including theological dictionaries. That is, don't translate with eternity. But then, why is it so often translated with eternity? Because since they have established that Yahweh is God, and that therefore He is a spiritual God, and that as God He must necessarily be eternal, in some way they have to let the concept of eternity in. In that same situation, the Catholic theologian, lecturer at the Faculty of Theology of Northern Italy, said that there are no abstract concepts in the Semitic world, no metaphysical concepts, such as the concept of eternity, there is no concept of immortality, and so on. So, Olam is a term that has an entirely different meaning. It simply means not known. The peculiar thing is that in most cases, Olam not only does not mean eternity, but it does not even have a temporal valence. It has a special valence. That is, it indicates a place that is not known. For example, if we take the Talmud, this is one of the more than 60 tractates, the term Olam, which is given here in the plural, Olamim, is translated as world or universe. That is, Olamim is the set of words. So here they translate it as universe, set of words, because it is plural. So it has mainly a special significance as it indicates a place, but its fundamental concept is the unknown. So, translated with eternity, again, amounts to an invented translation. And think that on this invented translation, many discussions have been triggered in the past. And so, all these discussions, when we read them, revise them, study them, we realize that they are meaningless. That's why Paul and I are making these videos simply to say, let's make some substitutions so we avoid unnecessary discussions. Talking, for example, about Psalm 24, where at one point we read, you gates, lift up your heads, and be lifted up, you eternal doors, and let the King of glory pass. That is literally the King of Kavod. And in a next video, Paul and I will talk you about the term Kavod. And here, in this text from the Pontifical Biblical Institute, there is a discussion about what is eternal in this psalm. And there are some scholars who say that what is eternal are the gates themselves. They are eternal since they have been built in the infinitely remote past. Others say no, we should think of eternal in relation to the future, always referring to the gates. Other scholars say no, the eternal here is not referring to the gates but to Yahweh. So you understand that here a discussion is being held. A discussion is being conducted about nothing, because Olam does not mean eternity. The concept of eternity refers directly to the vision of the universe and its inhabitants mentioned in Psalm 24, which I have mentioned before, to the journeys of the so-called gods in the Bible and of the entire planet itself. I had the opportunity to discuss this topic with Professor Avi Loeb, former director of the Department of Astronomy at Harvard, who believes in the possibility of the existence of civilizations superior to ours. Avi Loeb started the Galileo project precisely with the aim to gather scientific documentation of the existence of such civilizations. Meanwhile, in the journal Scientific American, he discussed some hypotheses about the possible origin of our universe, which he summarized as follows. The universe may have emerged from a fluctuation of the vacuum, or it may be a cyclic phenomenon with repeated periods of contraction and expansion, or it may have emerged from an entropic principle. However, we can also consider string theory. Among the many hypotheses, he highlights one that is truly unusual. He argues that there may exist civilizations at different degrees of evolution that he rates with letters of the alphabet A, B, C, D. Civilizations that may have been involved in the generation of the universe. Loeb says that our civilization is a low-level technological civilization classifiable in class C because we are unable to control the habitability conditions on our planet and preserve them for the day the sun will die. He even says that we could be classed as a D in the scale because we are destroying the environment in which we live. He goes on to say that a B-class civilization, thus superior to ours, could be independent of its host star. An A-class civilization, on the other hand, could recreate the cosmic conditions that gave rise to its own existence, i.e., produce a universe in a laboratory. This consideration, made by a scientist, yields considerable implications from a religious point of view. This reminded me in particular of two passages in the Bible that could evoke this scenario. The first example is found in Genesis 2:8, the verse in which the construction of the so-called Gan Eden is mentioned. There it is written that the Elohim named Yahweh planted a garden in Eden Mikedem. Mikedem is a term that is normally translated in the East. In reality, Mikedem literally means from that which comes before, because mi is the particle that indicates from, indicates the origin, and the Hebrew term kedem indicates that which comes before. The meaning of the word east, the place from which the sun rises, is derived from these expressions. So it sounds as if the civilization of the Elohim had set up many Gan Eden, one of which is the biblical one based on earlier models. Therefore, the civilization of the Elohim could be a class B or class A, since it was able to go beyond what we know. The other relevant passage in the Bible is exactly Psalm 24, which I have mentioned earlier, and here I would like to add that it was quoted by Monsignor Corrado Balducci, who, from within the Vatican, was also dealing with the question of possible life outside the earth. Monsignor Balducci said that Psalm 24 contains evidence that the Bible contains traces of the existence, besides the inhabitants of the earth, of other inhabitants of the universe, because the first verses say, "To Yahweh belongs the earth and all that it contains, the world and all who dwell therein." Monsignor Balducci stated that here there is a clear distinction between the inhabitants of the earth and the inhabitants of other places in the universe Yahweh seemed to visit. These populations were Olam, that is, not known to man, as I explained in the first part of this video. This is very interesting because it points us to the existence of a possible place where the Elohim, these beings belonging to a culture undoubtedly of a higher class compared to ours, lived. This somehow fits well with the hypothesis that Avilub makes. But all this also brings to our mind, for instance, the various themes Paul is interested in relation to the ancient stories about civilizations that have been present on earth for millennia. I think of the journey of the Egyptian deities to the so-called Duat, which could be the world from which they came and to which they could return. We also think of the journeys of Ra. We can relate it, for example, to the Greek deity Astrea, who descended to earth, stayed on earth for a certain amount of time, and then, disgusted with the behavior of man, returned to the heavens. That is, she returned to her home. I am also thinking about the tales in literature from the Far East. The Vedic literature even mentions celestial routes that have been described in the sacred text and within which some locations in the sky have been identified and called doors or gates, as in the Psalm 24. Through these gates, the Deva, deities of Hinduism well known to Paul, would pass. So we are confronted with the stories of the travels of some superior civilizations that come from afar and that, according to Professor Love, could hypothetically have the knowledge to fabricate and visit universes, including the one in which we live. Therefore, a possible new reading of the biblical text done faithfully, as Paul and I are trying to suggest, could lead to a new approach to the biblical text that definitely involves the intervention of science in collaboration with theology. So these discussions cannot be resolved because the monotheistic theological exegists will always say that it means eternity, even though we know that it is a wrong translation. And in order to avoid getting into these spirals, we will do the following. When we find in the Bible the concept of eternity, we avoid wasting time by simply replacing it with Olam, knowing that in most cases it does not even have a temporal meaning, but a meaning related to an unknown place. This is therefore one of the important substitutions to make in order to read the Bible respectfully and understand it better. Now, Paul and I have suggested 4 terms that can radically change our understanding of the Old Testament, and we will have some very interesting ones in the next videos. Thank you, Paul. Bye, and see you all next time.
Ciao Mauro, grazie, affascinante, come sempre. Religious belief for generations has variously enticed and tormented believers with prospects of eternity, the threat of eternal damnation for believing or doing the wrong thing, and the promise of eternal reward for doing and believing the right thing. It's the ultimate carrot and stick, or if you like, it's the ultimate good cop, bad cop routine. But as Mauro and I explore the word Olam in the ancient Hebrew texts of the Bible, we're coming to the conclusion that some of these beliefs about eternity may be rooted in a concept that is largely absent from the Bible, largely absent from the Hebrew scriptures, and that some of our ideas about eternity may actually be based on some questionable translation. Now, you might say to me, Paul, I'm actually not very interested in theology, or I'm not a religious person, and eternity just isn't something I think about. And that's fair enough. But I'd ask you this, are you interested in the cosmos? Are you interested in the nature of this dimension that we occupy? Are you intrigued by the idea of stargates or wormholes? Would you be interested to know if our ancestors had ideas about or even experiences of interdimensional contact or contact with cosmic neighbors? Now, if any of those things interest you, then I'd suggest that this mysterious word from the ancient texts of the Hebrew Bible is well worth your attention. This little word, Olam. If I use the word dimensions, you might think I'm using language that's pretty exclusive to the 20th and 21st centuries, not a concept you'd expect to find in ancient narratives or in the Bible. But I would suggest to you that in ancestral narratives all around the world, the concept of dimensionality is there. The idea of a dimension that is different to ours, somehow occupying the same space, and yet beyond the realm of our knowledge, beyond the realm of our senses. You can find it in the stories of our ancestors. If you think about the Norse stories, there is a dimension which is occupied by beings more advanced than ourselves, whom we usually don't perceive, that we're not aware of, that we might not even know about. And yet what happens in that dimension impacts what happens in this dimension. You can hear it in ancient Celtic story of the Shadday, which was a parallel dimension immediately adjacent to our own that could impact life in this dimension as we perceive it and enjoy it. And the ancient Celts had shamanic protocols, mystical practices designed to enable us to tune in to the realities of the Shadday, of the other dimension. And then there are similar stories in Aboriginal Australian culture, which speak about the dreaming or the dream time. And once again, this is not stories of the past or fables to illustrate the present. These are stories about another dimension, another layer to this reality that's beyond the usual realm of our senses, but which still impacts our material life in this dimension. So whether we're on the southern hemisphere or in the northern hemisphere, going into the deep past, our ancestors did have some kind of a way of speaking about what we would call dimensions. And I would suggest that this word Olam is a clue that in the Bible itself, similar ideas may have existed. Earlier, Mauro talked about how the Talmud uses the word Olam and translates it to mean worlds or universes. But right in the roots, in the etymology of this word Olam, is the idea of the unknown, the mysterious unknown. And I think we do have language like that in the English language when we talk about the great beyond. It's beyond our senses, it's beyond our knowing, it's out into the cosmos, something we don't know, but that we know is there. And there's that sense of mystery. It's beyond our knowledge, it's beyond the realm of our senses, it's beyond visibility, it's beyond the material. And I would suggest that all those layers are there in the ancient Hebrew usage of the word Olam. Now, just as we saw with the word Elohim, Olam may have made a journey throughout its history in the Bible. Words can carry different meanings in different contexts, and they can change their meaning through time. And we looked at the word chapter in the English language and how that word has changed its meaning through time. So did Olam ever have an association with time, or is it really and truly just a word that means the unknown or the beyond? Well, there are passages where there is a temporal reference in the usage of the word Olam. If we go to the book of Isaiah, we can find a couple of examples. In the book of the prophet Isaiah from the 8th century BCE, we read this: I have held my peace, me Olam. I have been still and restrained myself. But now, like a woman in labor, I will cry and pant and gasp. What's interesting in that example is that there is a reference to time. I have held my peace, me Olam, for a time, but now I will cry out. So it's curious, it refers to time, but not in the sense of infinite time or eternity. No, I'm only going to hold my peace for so long, and now I'm going to cry out. So it refers to a period of time that is actually limited. So it means almost the opposite of infinite time in that text, Isaiah 42:14. And we can find something very similar in Isaiah 32. Because the palaces will be forsaken, the bustling city will be deserted. The forts and towers will become lairs for animals. Olam, a happy place for donkeys, a pasture for flocks, until the Ruach from on high comes down. And so there again is a reference to time, but it's not an infinite time. It's a time until. The cities will be deserted for a time, for a season. Olam, until the Ruach comes. So again, it means almost the opposite of infinite time or eternity. It refers to this time that is limited. Now, just as Mauro said, some Hebrew scholars point out that in the root of the word Olam is this sense of what has been concealed or hidden or left unknown. And so maybe in these verses, such as from Isaiah 32 and Isaiah 42, where there is a reference to time, it's talking about a time whose length has been concealed, a time that will continue for an unknown period until the mysterious Ruach comes down. The city will be deserted for we don't know how long, until the Ruach returns. And so that association of concealment, unknown, beyond the realm of our knowledge or senses, is there even in those texts. And that aspect, the beyond, the unknown, the concealed, is really emphasized in a passage that we can read in the book of Ecclesiastes. The book of Ecclesiastes is a very mysterious book with Aramaic words and Persian words scattered through the text. So there's a Mesopotamian connection in this book of Ecclesiastes, and it uses the word Olam like this. Ecclesiastes 3 verse 11, He has made everything beautiful in its time. Also, He has put Olam in their hearts, so that without exception, no one can find out the work that the powerful ones made from beginning to end. That's a wonderful and mysterious passage. He has put something unknown in their hearts, so that without exception, no one knows. That's what Ecclesiastes says and how Ecclesiastes uses the word. And there's that tremendous sense of mystery and concealment in that passage. So having seen that, when we go to the word Olam in other texts, we might have a bit more of a sense of the various ways we could read these sentences. For instance, in Genesis 21:33, we read, And he planted in Beersheba a tamarisk tree, and there called on the name of Yahweh. Now, Yahweh here is translated as the eternal God. But as Mauro said earlier, and as we've seen in the earlier episodes, that is not really a translation of the terms. It's a theological reading in. If we use the root meanings of the words, what that text says is this. And he planted in Beersheba a tamarisk tree, and there called on the name of Yahweh, the powerful one, the unknown, or the powerful one beyond. So let's get back to our questions about dimensions, parallel universe, cosmic contact, so on and so forth. Is Monsignor Corrado Balducci correct? Now, if you don't know, he was a senior theological advisor to Pope Benedict XVI. He is a senior Vatican advisor in the area of paranormal ministry, that's entity removal and exorcisms. Now, about a decade ago, Monsignor Corrado Balducci came out with some very interesting statements about people experiencing close encounters in the present day. And he said that what people are reporting are not psychotic breaks, they're not entity attachments or demonic experiences, they're a totally different kind of entity that merits serious study. And that rather got my attention. He argues that the Hebrew scriptures are full of references to experiences of that kind. Now, is he right? Is the Bible full of references to paleo contact? Now, there's a point in the Bible where these ideas and these questions come together with the word Olam in a very interesting way, and it's in Psalm 24. Lift up, you gates, your heads, and be lifted up, you doors, Olam. Are these doors to the unknown, doors that lead to the great beyond? Well, let's see what comes through the doors. And shall come in, Melech HaKavod, the king with his glory, the king with his kavod. Now, what is one of those? Is this a text about a portal to another dimension? Is this a text about a wormhole to another region of space? What is this kavod that the king is going to arrive with, or that he's associated with? Is Monsignor Corrado Balducci correct in saying that the whole of this psalm points to a populated universe and contact with cosmic neighbors? I wonder if the doors to the unknown in Psalm 24 might bear some relation to the Bab El, the gateway for the powerful ones referenced in the book of Genesis, chapter 11, which refers not to some metaphysical experience, but to ancient technology on the Shinar plain in the place that today we call modern Iraq. Is that what this psalm is about? Is Psalm 24 really just an innocent coronation psalm? Or does it point to ancient portal technology, stargate technology, wormhole experiences, and interdimensional contact?
Good morning, everyone. Today, Paul and I will continue with our discussion, and now we'll talk about the glory of God, once again with the aim of bringing the Bible back to its true meaning. Glory is the word by which the Hebrew word kavod is translated, and this is what we will discuss in this video. Today's work is not easy because kavod is difficult to separate from two other elements that often appear together, Ruach and Cherubim, but I will try to be as clear as possible by giving a few very simple and clear examples. There are so many biblical passages in which this set of flying objects is mentioned, which are often linked together, Kavod, Ruach, Cherubim. To understand how many there are, I will show you a small list. Maybe in the future, Paul and I will talk about the whole system of Kavod, Ruach, Cherubim. Today, let's have a look at the Hebrew term kavod, which is derived from a verb that means to be heavy, to have a weight, but also to be honored, to be hard. The Greeks in the 3rd century BC translated this term with the word doxa, which is translated in modern languages as glory. The translation of this term has always been conditioned by the usual divine interpretation of the Elohim that we have seen in one of our previous videos. The Elohim were not one God, but were many individuals. Most importantly, they were not spiritual deities, but individuals in the flesh, the powerful ones, as Paul rightly defines them. The theological elaboration has distorted the meaning of the term kavod and has chosen to translate as glory a word that instead means something quite different, something very concrete, powerful, and also very dangerous. And now let's look at the passages of the Old Testament that tell us about this glory and the way it manifests itself to man. We will understand that kavod was a concrete and material object. Among the many possible examples, let's start with the book of Exodus. We are in chapter 33. Moses wants to be sure that the Elohim named Yahweh, who had revealed himself to him, was able to fulfill his promise to conduct the war of conquest of the promised land, and so Moses asks him to show him his kavod. In essence, Moses wants a proof. He wants to see the instrument of the military power of this Elohim who made promises of conquest. The Elohim Yahweh understands Moses' need and accepts his request. However, Yahweh warns him that what is about to take place is extremely dangerous. It may even cause his death. And so the Elohim prepares for the event with a series of very practical instructions and takes some precise precautions. First of all, it tells Moses to be ready to climb up the mountain the next morning, and that no one, neither man nor beast, must be on the slopes of the mountain, otherwise they will die. He tells Moses that he will not be able to see the Kavod from the front, but only from the rear, because otherwise he would die. Then he tells him that when the Kavod passes, he must take cover in the crevice in the rocks at the top of the mountain, so that Yahweh will be able to protect him and save him from certain death. The story continues, and everything takes place on the top of the mountain, while the people from the plain below witness the powerful phenomena and noises produced by the so-called glory of God. After this experience, Moses comes down from the mountain and presents himself to the tribes of Israel with his face reddened as if burnt, to the point that when he is outside, he must always cover himself with a veil that he only removes when he enters the tent. These outcomes are difficult or even impossible to understand when speaking of a spiritual glory, but they do not appear so strange when one considers that in Exodus 34 it is said that when Moses ascends the mountain, the Kavod of the Elohim is located and dwells on the summit, producing a cloud that covers it. So we speak of an object that comes, passes, and then stops, or rather we would say lands, on the top of the mountain in front of Moses. Faced with all this, which is very clear in the Bible, we ask ourselves a few questions. How is it possible for Moses to ask God to give him proof of his power? How come God didn't have the glory with him, but had to bring it the next morning to show it? But those who looked at God could not automatically see his glory? Why it is said that the glory of God passed from one place to another? What was this glory that could not be seen from the front, but only from the back side? What was passing in front of Moses that was so dangerous that it required special protection? Why was Yahweh unable to protect Moses from the effects of his glory, while mere rocks could do so? Why would the animals that were in the vicinity of the Kavod also have died? What fault did they have? Why could Yahweh not have protected them? What happened to Moses so that he came down with a burnt face? Was he hit by some radiation that, like the sun, produces burns? And so, then, we ask ourselves, is God unable to control the effects produced by His glory? These are questions that are impossible to answer if we thought that Kavod was the spiritual glory of God, It would simply sound absurd and incomprehensible. But let's look again at some very interesting examples that confirm the concreteness of this kavod, the so-called glory of God. In Exodus 16 is narrated that Aaron was speaking in the wilderness to the people of Israel, and at some point all the people turned towards the wilderness and saw the kavod of Yahweh high up in the sky, inside a cloud. It would be worth speaking about this cloud. Perhaps Paul and I will do so in the future. Again, it is clear that in order to see the kavod, which is supposed to be the glory of Yahweh, they must look upwards. Perhaps their attention had been drawn by a loud noise. It is therefore clear that the glory is a well-defined object located at a precise point in space. Thus, this glory clearly has a limited physical dimension. This event speaks for itself, no further explanation is necessary. But let's move on and come to the book of Ezekiel. I will mention just a few of the many events and then leave the floor to Paul. In chapter 3, the prophet narrates that he has been lifted up by a ruach and says, I heard behind me the sound of a great earthquake as the kavod of Yahweh rose from the earth. This translation seems an invention. In fact, some Bibles, as the King James Bible, write that the glory of God was being blessed from that place. But how does a place bless the glory? It gets even more absurd, and as a matter of fact, it is a misreading of the Hebrew word berum and of the entire construction of the sentence. The confusion in these translations stems from the fact that the term berum is read as Baruch, and Baruch means blessed, but in Hebrew the correct reading is Berum. And Berum means to rise from the ground. The exact translation that I have mentioned earlier is found in many Bibles and has even been confirmed by the Hebrew exegete Professor Emmanuel Tov in his text, Textual Criticism of the Hebrew Bible. So there is no doubt. The kavod of Yahweh is on the ground, in a very specific place, and as it rises, it makes a great noise. The Bible cannot be any clearer than that. The Bible is also clear in chapter 10 of the book of Ezekiel, when it tells us about all the aerial evolutions that the kavod makes. The kavod stands in the inner courtyard of the temple. It rises from the ground, passes over the upper part of the temple, stands over the cherubim, who probably were flying machines, and their wings made such a loud noise that it was heard even by those who were outside the outer walls of the temple and could not see them. Then the cherubim and the kavod rose up, and the kavod of Yahweh went to rest on the mountain that was to the east of the city. We shall speak another time of the cherubim as flying machines, although it is a very interesting topic, but today we are dealing with kavod. In chapter 43, Ezekiel describes the kavod coming from east once again producing a loud noise, and the earth beneath was shining. First of all, we must say that if the Kavod came from the east, it means that the glory of God was neither north, nor south, nor west. That is, it was limited in space. The Greek Bible clearly says that the noise increased as the Kavod approached, and the light it produced illuminated the earth just below it. There can be no more concrete description of the arrival of a flying object that produces very precise sound and visual effects. Ezekiel was not asleep. He was definitely awake. He was not a madman in the grip of visions. He even compares the various encounters he had with these flying objects and says that in one of these experiences he had finally understood what were those objects, the cherubim, that he had encountered once before on the river Kebar. The examples could go on and on, but the Bible in these passages is so explicit that it needs no further explanation. It is very, very clear. The Kavod is not the spiritual glory of God, but a concrete object, as Dr. Jeff Banner, founder and president of the Ancient Hebrew Research Center, also states. In one of his dictionaries, he writes the following about the Kavod. Let us read the entire passage. The original concrete meaning of Kavod is battle armaments. This meaning of armament fits with the literal meaning of the root of Kavod, which is heavy, as armaments are the heavy weapons and defenses of battle. In the Exodus 16, Israel will see the armament of Yahweh, the one who has done battle for them with the Egyptians. As we know, Hebrew is a polysemic language, and therefore each word can have more than one meaning, so that the term Kavod can also indicate the respect owed to an important person, a person of weight, as they say. However, in order to avoid making a mistake, as we have already shown with a few terms examined in the previous videos made together with Paul, whenever we find the term glory in the Bible, we should replace it with Kavod so that we avoid any unnecessary controversy. Then we read carefully what all the context tells us when it speaks of Kavod, and each time we will understand exactly what it is about. Ciao from Italy. See you next time. An intercontinental hug to Paul.
Ciao, Mauro. I love Mauro's treatment of the word Kavod. Now, the way it gets translated in English is rather perplexing and vague. It comes out as the word glory. And in religious usage, glory becomes such a vague word that it almost means nothing more than wow. When people say glory, they mean wow. It's the wow of God. But you know, even in that association, I think there is a reminder of the original response of people to the Kavod of Yahweh. So what were they seeing that evoked this response? I don't think the word means wow, just to clarify. I agree with Mauro that the usage in the Hebrew texts suggests we are looking at something objective, something physical, something material. It's something local. It's here and not here in Exodus 33. Now it's in the sky, now it's on the ground in Exodus 16. Now it's moving across the mountainous terrain of Sinai in Exodus 33. So I have come to the same conclusion. We are looking at something local, physical, material, objective. So to return for a moment to the point where we left off in episode 5 in Psalm 24, where we were opening up the doors to the Olam, to the beyond, to the other, to the unknown, waiting for something to come through that doorway. And what we were waiting for was Melech HaKavod, the king with his kavod. I'm going to argue that what comes through that doorway is something physical and material, something objective. So what is it, this kavod, that comes through? Now, to get a better idea of what this kavod is, I want to go back to Exodus 33. Now, the way it's translated at the moment is fascinating, but clearly indicates there's something else going on that we've not quite got to in today's translations. When Moses asks Yahweh if he can see Yahweh's kavod, Yahweh says, no, that's not possible. You can't see my, and here's the conventional translation, you can't see my glory face to face, except it will kill you. So he can't see the glory of Yahweh face to face without being killed, and yet he's been talking face to face with Yahweh for several days and he's not been killed. And so the answer rolls like this: no, you can't see my glory or it will kill you, except when you can. And now you've asked, you can't. You can't see my glory, but you can see my goodness, but you can only see my goodness from behind. But only after the mountainside has been cleared of people and animals. And then you can see my goodness as it moves away from you, but you'll have to be hidden in a cleft in the rock in order not to be killed in the process. Now, that really is not a coherent picture, is it? Any reader is left absolutely baffled by what we're told there. And I'm not saying that out of any disrespect to the translators, because I think what's happening here is that something material and physical is being described. I happen to believe it's technology. And for centuries, we've had generations of Bible translators who had no technological grid by which to understand what was happening in this moment. Their view was they were translating a spiritual phenomenon, and so they looked for spiritual language. And so tub becomes goodness, kavod becomes glory, pane means face to face. But those translations don't work. Now, I am going to suggest that kavod is a craft, and that the reason that Moses cannot see the kavod pane when it launches is that we're talking about a launch of heavy equipment. Kavod, heavy thing. And that the thing that's going to move away from him, that's going to launch and he's going to see, but protected in the cleft of the rock, is the goods, not goodness. It's heavy equipment. And that pane is not face to face, it's talking about out in the open, on the surface. I believe Yahweh is saying to Moses, you cannot be out in the open when the big heavy thing launches. You will be able to see the heavy equipment moving away from you, but you will have to be sheltered in a cleft in the rock. Now, for me, this evokes personal memories of seeing the space shuttle launch. The technicians closest to the launch place of the shuttle are 3 miles away, sheltered, not in a cleft in the rock, but behind 3 meters of concrete. And the technicians operating the craft itself are in a totally different state altogether. They're in Texas. So when Yahweh says you can't be out in the open when the big heavy thing launches or it will kill you, it makes perfect sense. The problem has been generations of translators who've never seen a rocket launch, who don't have a technological framework even in mind. They're not even looking for one when they get to this passage. And that's why we have a translation that's very unsatisfactory and has not got to the bottom of this physical, material, local thing that has such a physical impact on the environment around it that the territory has to be cleared of people and animals, and people have to be sheltered in clefts in the rock so that the blast will not kill them. Now, if you have any doubt that the Kavod is a piece of equipment that operates like that, we're given further detail in the book of Ezekiel. From the New Jerusalem Bible, Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 4. I looked. A stormy wind blew from the north, a great cloud with flashing fire and brilliant light round it. In the middle, in the heart of the fire, a brilliance like that of amber, and in the middle, what seemed to be 4 living things. They were of human form. Now, as I looked at the living things, I saw a wheel touching the ground beside each of the 4-faced living things. The appearance and structure of the wheels were like glittering chrysolite. All 4 looked alike, and their appearance and structure was such that each wheel seemed to have another wheel inside it. In whichever of the 4 directions they moved, they did not need to turn as they moved. The circumference was of awe-inspiring size, and the rims of all 4 sparkled all the way round. When the living things moved, the wheels moved beside them, and when the living things left the ground, the wheels too left the ground. They moved in whichever direction the Ruach chose to go, and the wheels rose with them, since the wheels shared the Ruach of the living things. Now, once again, what Ezekiel describes is a local physical thing. He says where he was when he first saw the Kavod. He was by the Kibar River. And then he says where the Kavod appeared. It appeared in the sky. And he talked about the heavens opening, which reminds me of the mysterious doors to the unknown in Psalm 24. The heavens open, and then he talks about what it was that came through this whirlwind. So we've got some really interesting words here. Seara Ruach, a whirlwind wind, was coming out of the north, a cloud with great raging fire engulfing itself, and brightness all around it, radiating out of the midst of the cloud. Now, that's not hard for a 21st century eye to picture. You picture a launching rocket, that's exactly what you're seeing. A cloud with fire in the middle and bright light emitted by the fire that radiates the cloud and surrounds this craft. He then speaks about 4 beings who looked human. The appearance they had was in the likeness of a man. They looked human, which is a funny thing to say. The reason that Ezekiel is called apocalyptic literature is because what he describes is mystifying. He simply describes what he saw and leaves it to the reader to work out what it was, because he might still be puzzling over it himself. He describes the noise that the craft makes when it moves. He says it's like the sound of many waters, like a great waterfall. Again, that comparison is not difficult for a 21st century mind to imagine. And just in case we thought that this was a spiritual phenomenon he was describing, he describes the wheels and how they operate. And he describes those wheels in such great detail that NASA has a patent on them, issued in 1974 to Joseph Blumrich, who was a senior developmental engineer for NASA back in the 1970s. So the detail of the physical thing is such that wheels have been built to that patent and are still being used to this day on remotely operated rovers used in the exploration of Mars. Ezekiel continues to describe what he saw. He talks about a throne, which I would suggest we could translate as captain's chair. He describes the canopy over the craft. And it's the last verse of Ezekiel chapter 1 that identifies this strange phenomenon as the Kavod of Yahweh. Now Ezekiel is then flown around in this Kavod. It can fly, it can move. He describes the noise when it moves. He describes the appearance when it arrives. He speaks of the places that they visit until finally he's put down at Tel Aviv, where he is so overwhelmed that for several days he cannot even speak. He's in such shock because he, Ezekiel, has never had an experience like this before, and he doesn't know how to understand it, which is why he tries to describe what he saw and heard so that the reader can interpret it. Now, how a reader would interpret it who'd never seen an aircraft, never seen a space shuttle, never seen a rocket, never imagined anti-gravitic technology of any kind, how that kind of reader would understand the text would be different to how we understand it today. But we have a framework to look at this and say, I think I know what this kavod was. And I think I know what this ruach was, because the two words are being used to identify the same phenomenon. Ezekiel chapter 3, verse 22. While I was there, the hand of Yahweh came upon me and said, Get up, go out into the valley, and there I shall speak to you. And reading from the Hebrew, so I arose and went out into the plain, and behold, there the kavod of Yahweh stood, like the kavod I saw by the Kibar River. And I fell on my face, and I entered the ruach. There's a unique word in this sentence, which has provoked other translations in which the ruach enters Ezekiel. But the order of the words implies that Ezekiel saw the kavod and then entered the ruach, another moment in which these words are being used to reference the same material phenomenon. The ruach lifted me up, and behind me I heard a great vibrating sound. Blessed be the kavod of Yahweh in his dwelling place. This was the sound of the living things' wings beating against each other, and the sound of the wheels beside them, a great vibrating sound. The ruach lifted me up and took me, and I went, bitter and angry, and the hand of Yahweh lay heavy on me. I came to Tel Aviv, to the exiles beside the river Kibar, where they were living, and there I stayed with them in a stupor for 7 days. Over the heads of the living things was what looked like a solid surface, glittering like crystal, spread out over their heads above them. And under the solid surface, their wings were spread out straight, touching one another. I also heard the noise of their wings when they moved. It was like the noise of flood waters, like the voice of Shadday, like the noise of a storm, like the noise of an armed camp. And when they halted, they lowered their wings. There was a noise too. Beyond the solid surface above their heads, there was what seemed like a sapphire in the form of a throne. High above, on the form of a throne, was a form with the appearance of a human being. I like that Ezekiel tells us something of his point of view experience, that he describes being in the craft, the textures that he can see, the sounds that he can hear, and the fact that all the while the pilot, who is like a human being, is trying to discuss religion and politics with him. The one like a human being seems anxious to shore up the authority of Yahweh over Ezekiel's people group. And he's saying, look, I'm making you a spokesman. Ezekiel's clearly having a privileged experience seeing the higher technology that Yahweh has, and he's being asked to take on a particular responsibility to be a spokesperson to try and keep the people in line so that they're more easily managed by Yahweh. But all the while that the one, like a human being, is trying to discuss religion and politics with Ezekiel, he's distracted by the wheels, how the wheels work, the wings, how the wings work, the texture of the dome above him, the texture of the material surrounding him, the noise every time it moves, and the fact that they are airborne and that he's being transported to different sites. I love that he talks about the effect on him when he was put down at Tel Aviv, that he was so overwhelmed that he couldn't speak coherently for 7 days. So I think when you've got something you can sit in and be flown in, where you can describe the textures, parts of it like sapphire, parts of it like crystal, when you can describe the sound it makes when it moves, you know that what's being described is physical, material, objective. That is the glory. That is the kavod that comes through the doors to the unknown in Psalm 24. I think when you put these words together, Olam, kavod, and the word we're going to look at next, ruach, it will become very difficult to remain comfortable with our conventional translations of these words. The way they behave in the narratives reveals that what we are looking at is ancient technology. Technology that previous generations of translators simply didn't expect to find, and so they didn't see it. So I've told you my thoughts about some key words here. Kavod is a big, heavy thing that flies, can take passengers, launches, uses very 3D technology for getting on and off the planet, arrives in something that looks like a whirlwind. Maybe we would call that a wormhole. I'm going to suggest that tub is equipment, not goodness, that pane means out in the open, not face to face. Now, if you're finding this stretching, once again, I return to our favorite point, which is rather than us argue over translation, let's leave some of these key words untranslated and then just watch how they behave in the text, because you might simply disagree with me on all those points. How about we leave the words untranslated? Leave tub, pane, kavod, ruach, olam untranslated in the texts, and then look at how they operate. Look at what a kavod does and how it behaves, and leave it untranslated. Look at what the significance of pane is and how that operates in Moses' encounter with the kavod on Mount Sinai in Exodus 33. Look at how the tub moves and what it does in order to get an idea of what it is in the Sinai adventure. How they operate will tell us what the ancient writers were talking about, what it was they saw in the deep past and said, wow. We only rob ourselves of amazing insight and information if we just settle with our familiar translations instead of digging a little deeper and allowing the world of the ancients to open up for us, a world that may be quite stretching for us in terms of our worldview, but ultimately is very enriching to our understanding of the Bible and other ancestral narratives all around the world, and our own understanding of our place in this amazing cosmos.
Good morning, everyone, and a warm greeting to Paul. After our last conversation about the Kavod, today Paul and I will address another very important topic in the Bible.
the Ruach, the so-called Spirit of God. But today I would like to talk about it in a special way. I will, of course, give examples from the Bible, but mostly I will propose two very simple arguments that will help us to understand how the Bible is usually interpreted in a strictly dogmatic way, and how, on the other hand, we can understand exactly what it says. In this way, we can be sure that we are respecting the concreteness of the ancient authors. This is the purpose of the videos that Paul and I are making in this collaboration. We may be spatially far away, but we are spiritually close. By no coincidence, today we are talking about Ruach. Ruach is a term that is always translated as a spirit, because theology always tends to give a spiritual reading to all biblical tales, but we will see that this is not the case. The Ruach first appears at the very beginning of the Old Testament, where, in verse 2 of the first chapter of Genesis, it is narrated that the Spirit of God hovered over the waters. Actually, the Bible says that the Ruach of the Elohim, remember it is a plural term, was merachefet over the surface of the water. Merachefet is the verb rachaf, expressed in the past participle, and it indicates precisely a particular type of flight. For example, it means the kind of flight typical of hunting birds, when they spread their wings and, holding them almost still, they let themselves be carried by the wind. The verb rachaf is used in the Old Testament, in Jeremiah and Deuteronomy, where it indicates trembling and the soaring of an eagle over its nest. So, the situation that is described in Genesis becomes very clear and concrete. The Elohim hovered over the waters using this medium that is called Ruach. Ruach means wind, the air that moves, or even something that moves in the air. Successively, its meaning evolved over time until it became spirit. This is the term that theologians and exegetes of various religions have always been using to translate Ruach. However, we will see that this choice is not necessarily correct. So, we have just seen that this alleged Spirit of God hovers over the waters, which means that it is not found everywhere, as we have already seen in the video dedicated to the Kavod. These flying objects always have a precise location. In this case, the Ruach is above the waters. Therefore, at that moment, it is not on dry land. Therefore, it is something limited in space and in movement. This is a characteristic that cannot be attributed to the Spirit of God, which would obviously be present everywhere. The concreteness of this Ruach is represented on many other occasions. I will only give a few examples because I am interested in making those arguments I mentioned in the beginning, which, in my opinion, may even be more important than the examples themselves. First, let us talk about the so-called visions of Ezekiel. The term visions is a translation of the Hebrew word mareh, but even there, the interpretation given does not take into account the concreteness of the Hebrew language. Therefore, a clarification is necessary in order to understand the real meaning of a term that in the religious sphere has taken on a meaning that is misleading for the readers of the Bible. When we speak of vision, we are immediately led to think of a phenomenon that leads people to almost physically perceive realities that are considered supernatural. The Hebrew term mareh, on the other hand, indicates the concrete act of seeing something real. More precisely, we can even say that it indicates precisely that which is observed: an object, a person, a situation, a scene, an event, a phenomenon, and thus naturally also the concept of physical appearance. In essence, it refers to something that is actually seen with one's own eyes. Let's never forget that ancient Hebrew is a very, very concrete language. Having noted this, let's move on with a few more examples before making a reasoning that will prove to be very important for understanding the Old Testament. Ezekiel, in his book, tells us that he saw visions of the Elohim, Mareot Elohim. I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness was about it, and out of the midst thereof, as the color of amber, out of the midst of the fire. Thus Ezekiel claims to have concretely seen events in which the Elohim are present with their flying structures. And it is the latter in particular that struck the prophet, who was so impressed by them that he remembered the exact day and place, the 5th day of the 4th month of the 5th year, probably 593-592 BC, of the exile of Joachim. We should make here an important clarification. The Ruach, i.e. the alleged divine spirit for theologists, presents itself with obvious physical manifestations, both visually and with sound. The Ruach comes from a precise geographic direction, the north, whereas Ezekiel is on the banks of a canal, the Kevar, which was a watercourse that branches from the Euphrates in Lower Mesopotamia. We are not in the presence of a mystical experience or a dream vision, but of a concrete event, an experience actually lived by the prophet and described in detail. We thus have the description of what could be a real close encounter with an unidentified object that was undoubtedly in the air. A storm cloud coming from north, which has in its center some fire of propulsion systems rotating on itself. The cloud is surrounded by a luminous halo, and at its center something shining like amber. This term was translated by the Greeks as electron. This image probably served to describe the color and luminescence of the central part, or perhaps it represented some electromagnetic phenomenon, as the electrical properties of the electron were already well known in antiquity. Thus, calling such an object as described above Ruach was a way for the Hebrew language back then to represent something extraordinary that produced storm-like effects, but for which there were no exact terms. this is only a very small part of the contents of the book of Ezekiel, and in the previous video dedicated to the Kavod, Paul has already quoted many interesting passages from Ezekiel. So I will move on to the prophet Elijah, because he as well went up on a Ruach. The episode is found in chapter 2 of the second book of Kings and is known as the abduction of Elijah, even though the term abduction does not seem appropriate, because what happened to the prophet was known in advance, and Elijah consciously shows up accompanied by his followers, who are themselves aware of what is about to happen. Let's see the episode in brief. The chapter begins with the departure of Elijah and his disciple Elisha from the city of Galgala. The prophet invites his young disciple not to follow him, telling him that Yahweh has commanded him to go alone to Bethel, which means house of El, i.e. the place where one of the Elohim dwelt. However, Elisha decides to follow his master anyway. On their way, Elijah and Elisha meet other disciples of the prophet, and they tell Elisha that they are aware that Yahweh is about to take Elijah on high with his whirlwind. Here the concept of the storm wind returns, as in Ezekiel's verses once again. So there is no doubt that everyone is aware of what is about to take place. Yahweh is about to take up on high the prophet Elijah. Elijah and Elisha then go to Jericho, and here too there are disciples who are aware of Elijah's imminent departure. The two set off in the direction of the Jordan, followed by 50 disciples, and across the river a fiery chariot arrives to take Elijah. The episode is thus clear. Elijah ascends to heaven in a chariot, and this pick-up was widely expected and known by all the prophet's disciples who were there. That this is a true physical elevation, and it is then confirmed by the following verses. The latter are very important because they narrate exactly what Elijah did, and in particular what their followers thought they were doing. In fact, they immediately manifest their intention to go and look for Elijah, because, peradventure, the Spirit of the Lord had taken him up and cast him upon some mountain or into some valley. With their behavior, the disciples clearly demonstrate that what they had witnessed was real. The Ruach of Yahweh had physically taken Elijah, and according to them, may have dropped him somewhere in the surrounding territory. The search of Elijah's destination was carried out over the next 3 days, but to no avail. Elijah had disappeared for good, carried into the heavens by Yahweh's chariot, the Ruach. We are therefore faced with an event that had been pronounced and which was known in advance by those concerned. Therefore, this encounter was planned by the Elohim, who had decided to take Elijah as their representative. As usual, the concreteness of this episode is documented by the richness of detail with which it is narrated from beginning to end. The Bible could not be any clearer than this. One does not search for 3 days, toiling through mountains and valleys, a person who has been kidnapped only in a vision or in a dream. Dr. Jeff Benner, whom we already know, founder and administrator of the Ancient Hebrew Research Center, says that the root of the word Ruach, together with its parents' roots Arach, Racha, and Yarach, indicate a traveler or something that follows a prescribed path, just like the moon does. The Etymological Dictionary of Biblical Hebrew, written by Rabbi Matityahu Clark and based on the commentaries of Samson Raphael Hirsch, places force, open, space as the first meaning. Thus, we have several direct and indirect confirmations. But let's now come to the consideration I have mentioned at the beginning of this video. The Hebrew language, like all others, is polysemic. That is, each word can have several meanings. The problem arises when, for religious and dogmatic reasons, only one of these meanings ends up being used more than the others. It is surely the case of theological exegetes whom have always translated Ruach as Spirit of God. This is a mistake. To better understand this, let's take a few examples from contemporary English and see the possible meanings of the term spirit. If I say these sentences, the spirit of the times, it indicates the predominant cultural trends in a society. To raise someone's spirit, I mean that I'm brightening someone's mood. Team spirit means the feeling of camaraderie among the members of a group. He is a noble spirit. I mean to emphasize someone's particular vocation to living with high ethical standards. A man of spirit means a very courageous man. The spirit of the law is the aim or purpose of a law when it was written. Spirit trade is a phrase that refers to the trade of alcoholic substances. Italy is known, among other things, for the grappa spirit. But when we distill spirit from marc, we are certainly not distilling the Spirit of God. As you can see, I have cited numerous examples of the use of the word spirit, and in each one of them, the term has a specific meaning which differs from all the others based on the context. The same applies to the Hebrew word ruach. What makes us realize what the correct meaning is each time? As usual, it is the context. That is why Paul and I keep pointing out which words we should not translate, but leave in Hebrew. With the examples before, we made it clear that translated Ruach every time with the word Spirit, understood as the Spirit of God or as soul, is absolutely wrong because in many cases it refers to a very concrete object. The ancient authors described it clearly, together with its functions. So, when we find the word spirit, let's replace it with ruach and use the context in order to understand what the ancient authors wanted to tell us. And now, greetings to you all, thank you, and have a good continuation with our friend Paul.
Grazie Mauro, è bello essere di nuovo insieme. Mi piace sempre la tua precisione. I fully agree with Mauro that the word ruach in the Bible is a word with great elasticity. There are a great number of usages that we see the word ruach put to. But I'm going to suggest that across that great spectrum of meanings that Mauro listed for us, there is a root meaning, and it has to do with a movement of air, ranging from a hurricane to a breath. A person with breath in them is a person with the Spirit in them, and that's how we get to a person of spirit or team spirit. That sense of the word is preserved in the ancient Ethiopian Amharic language, where roha is a fan, a device for creating a movement of air. When we go to Genesis 1, to the word's first appearance in the Bible, what does it mean? Does it mean spirit in the sense of the spirit of a person, the Spirit of God? Does it mean a movement of air, like a breath? Or does it refer to a device that creates a movement of air? I'm going to argue that that's exactly what it means. That Ruach in Genesis 1 is a device, a piece of technology that creates great blasts of wind. And I'm going to get there from two start points. And one is to compare the story of origins in Genesis 1 with other stories of origins from around the world. And the other route is to look at the use of the word ruach in the writing of Ezekiel. Now, when the ruach appears in Genesis 1, it hovers over the waters to begin the work of terraforming. So I'd flag right away that the story we think of as a creation narrative is really a recovery story, because the planet already exists when the ruach turns up. It's shrouded in darkness, it's flooded, it's in a state of tohu wabohu, a state of devastation, and it needs recovery and terraforming, and it's the ruach that's going to do it. So it arrives and hovers over the floodwaters, and the word hovers, as Mauro pointed out, is merahefet, which means it hovers like a hawk. It's not moving any wings, it's just riding on a current of air and creating currents of air. Now, I find this very interesting when I compare it with the story of origins in the Popol Vuh. So that's the story from out of Guatemala, the Mayan telling of the story of beginnings. Once again, it begins on a planet that already exists, shrouded in darkness and covered in floodwaters. The Popol Vuh tells us that the progenitors arrived and hovered over the floodwaters. Progenitors is a very interesting word. They are the people we came from. They are our parents. They are those who formed us, those who engineered us, as one translation puts it. So the progenitors are hovering over the waters. In what? Well, we're not quite told at that point, just that they are hovering over floodwaters, which is a neat little correlation. They then have conversations about how to terraform the planet and recover life on Earth. If you travel from there to the Philippines, there's an interesting nuance in that telling of the story. Now, it's in an indigenous story from out of the Philippines. And the thing about indigenous story is that if your country has ever been colonized by a religious-based society, and most colonization has been done that way, then you're going to find that the indigenous story gets pushed to the grassroots. It's not taught at school, it's not on the TV. And so when I say indigenous Filipino story, it's not a story that everyone in the Philippines knows, but it is a story that's been told from generation to generation of the origins of this civilization. And it begins when the Tagalog, the hawk, hovers over the floodwaters and uses its wings to create vortices of wind to clear the ocean water away from the high ground to create islands, and then to separate the seawater, the salt water, from fresh water, so that life on those islands can be rebooted. Remember that Hebrew word, metahephet, hovers like a hawk? And here in the Philippines is the story of the hawk hovering and creating vortices of wind. There's that ruach concept, the movement of air. If we go to the source narratives for the biblical stories, we're going to find ourselves in the writings of ancient Sumeria. And in the Enuma Elish, we discover that planet Earth is terraformed when the four winds start separating the waters, salt water from fresh water, so that life on Earth can be rebooted. So that's quite a number of correlations. That the work of rehabilitation begins with separating waters, which is what we would do if we go into territory that's been devastated through flooding. The first thing we have to do is create safe living environments and potable water. So we have to separate the salt water from the fresh water. But the fact that the Sumerian story says it's done by winds, the fact that the Filipino story says it was done by winds created by the wings of a hawk that hovered over the floodwaters, and then we go into Genesis and we see the ruach metahephet over the floodwaters to separate the salt water from the fresh water, the land from the sea, well, that's an interesting matrix of correlations. And it leads me to believe that all these ancestral narratives are the recollections of visual memory. Our ancestors are telling us what they saw and finding various language to report what was experienced. Now, if that's the correct context, then ruach is a device that creates winds. And one might almost think of ruach as an onomatopoeic word. It sounds like what it is. Ruach is breath. Ruach is the thing that creates the great blast of air. Now, this is not the only place in the Bible where the ruach creates blasts of air. Another place it does it is in the book of Ezekiel. Now, in the previous episode Mauro and I did on the word kavod, which gets translated as glory, we discovered that kavod was a piece of technology that has seats in it that can be piloted and flown around. It makes a particular sound. It arrives in a particular way, very disruptive to the environment around it. It has textures like metal, textures like glass, and it creates great blasts of air when it moves. There's that ruach concept, the movement of air. Ezekiel describes that craft using two words interchangeably, kavod and ruach. So once again, we have a text where a ruach cannot be interpreted as breath or spirit, because in Ezekiel, the ruach is made of metal, is made of a glass-like substance, has a pilot to pilot it, has seats in it that can take passengers, which include Ezekiel, can be flown and directed. The wings respond to voice commands, and it has wheels, the omnidirectional wheel, which, if you remember, NASA has a patent on, actually uses, patent established in 1974 by Joseph Blumrich. So clearly, the Spirit of God doesn't have wheels. NASA doesn't have a patent on the Spirit of God. This usage of the word ruach is a reference to ancient technology. Now, it's worth noting that when Ezekiel uses these words, kavod and ruach, to describe this craft that arrives from the sky out of a whirlwind wind, and we'll come back to that in a moment, that he can climb into and be flown in. He uses these words, kavod and ruach, in a way that he expects his readers to understand. He expects ruach and kavod to conjure up in the minds of his readers a craft. And so that tells us that there was a body of knowledge widely held about ancient spacefaring technology, knowledge which has since been lost. And I argue in my Eden books that the knowledge was lost through mistranslation, some accidental and some possibly deliberate, as the stories of paleocontact were obscured in the Bible in the 6th century BCE, when the redactors worked over the great library of Hebrew texts to turn the Bible into a seamless story of God from beginning to end. But those texts have in fact been curated so faithfully from generation to generation by Jewish priests and scribes that we can go back to the texts today and ask the question, what do those words really mean? I was very fortunate at school to learn French, German, Latin, Italian, Portuguese, Greek, and so I have a great love of languages. And so through my years teaching pastors hermeneutics, the principles of interpreting ancient texts, the question I would always keep in front of my students was, what do the words mean? Now, I'm arguing that there is this technological use of the word ruach, and it's not to deny other uses of the word later in the scriptures. But rather than get into an argument about translation, I'm going to return to the point that Mauro really championed with the Edizione San Paolo, because the translations of the Pentateuch and the prophets carried by that publisher were supervised by Mauro, and one of his great contributions to that publishing house's work was to argue that some of these controversial words ought to be left untranslated, rather than given an artificial theological gloss. Leave them untranslated so that the reader can see how these words behave in the text. How does the word Yahweh behave in the text? How does the word Elohim behave in the text? And so again, I would suggest all the words we've looked at, Elohim, Elyon, El Shadday, Yahweh, Olam, Kavod, Ruach. Leave them untranslated in the text and watch how they behave. What does a Kavod do? What does a Ruach do? And the picture that emerges is of the work of heavy technology. In Ezekiel, we're told that the Ruach appears from out of a whirlwind wind, that the heavens open, there's a whirlwind wind, and then the Ruach comes down. This is very similar language when we look at the abduction of Elijah. Again, the heavens open, there's a whirlwind wind, and the chariot of fire comes down and carries Elijah away. Now again, if this is one of our ancestors describing what he saw, we have other language to describe that today. But picture what we're being told. The sky opens, there's a hole in the sky. And now through something that looks like a whirlwind, a craft arrives, picks somebody up, and then departs. We do have language for that. And we could translate it as wormhole, but I'll concede that's an interpretation of what is described. Far better to leave certain words untranslated or understand that we're being given a metaphor. The writer is saying, I saw something and it looked like this. And if we approach it that way, then we realize that the Bible is full of ancient technology. And in the case of the Kavod and the Ruach, it was technology that the writer Ezekiel expected the readers to know about. The reason we don't know about it today, the reason we don't find technological language in the Bible, is because part of the agenda of that redaction in the 6th century BCE was to eradicate memories of paleocontact in the Bible. The agenda of that redaction was, as Mauro said in an earlier episode, an ideological one, not primarily a grammatical exercise of translation. There's a very broad scholarly consensus that the agenda of that final redaction was essentially a follow-on from the priestly reforms of Josiah in the 7th century BCE. King Josiah wanted to monotheize Judaism and clean up Jewish ritual. And so all these memories of encounters with other advanced beings, represented by the standing stones erected where those encounters happened, and the temples erected to these other entities like Asherah, all that had to be gotten rid of. So the Asherah temples, the Asherah installations were destroyed, the Asherah figurines were all broken. And then a century later, the redaction of the scriptures attempted a similar cleanup of the Hebrew scriptures. So all the memories of other advanced beings and their technology had to be airbrushed out. And so there really has been a work of redaction and translation from that time to this, to get us to interpret these texts as theology, as monotheism, whereas in fact, even today, you can go to the texts and find the vestiges of this earlier layer of story. Ruach is a real smoking gun word when you follow its usage in the Bible from start to finish. From this dramatic terraforming, using technology, creating hurricane force winds, to the use of Ruach as breath and spirit. You come to a psalm and you hear the psalmist say, "Take not your Holy Spirit from me." And clearly there is a beautiful spiritual meaning to that. But don't paste that over the earlier occurrences where we are being told something about our planet's history and our origins as a species. When we leave the words untranslated or go to the root meanings, as I argue in my Eden books, a whole other world opens up. And it's a world that deserves fresh inspection by a new generation, because there is exciting information bequeathed to us by our ancestors to empower us for our life in the world today.
The final edit of the Old Testament of the Bible, the Hebrew canon, included the layering of some beautiful and profound theology over the top of ancient texts. Unfortunately, mistranslating traumatic ancestral memories as if they were encounters with God is a choice with far-reaching consequences. Belief in a violent, xenophobic, hierarchical God has been used through the ages to justify violent wars and all manner of abuses. However, the fidelity which the ancient manuscripts have been curated in the Hebrew canon by countless generations of priests and scribes means that in our generation we can now return to these fascinating artifacts of our prehistory and ask how differently they might be translated. To find out more about Paul Wallis and Mauro Biglino, along with links to their published works, follow the links in the video description. Thanks for watching The Fifth Kind. Please subscribe and click the bell icon so you never miss out on new content. For more thought-provoking programs, interviews, and documentaries, check out our website at fifthkind.tv.